omanya masambulero uchenze rulazira nisanga musibitari
omundoro kanga oyo mwanamuyasa ekoi
enomiraho magamuyana kumugaru
omundo seranga oyo magamu
Hawa
Anana sikuku
Hawa
abatendi balingo
Hawa
nali munya simu yanga simu ya manani simbi
nali munya simunya simbi ya manani nali munya simunya simbi ya manani
simbi
nali munya simunya simbi ya manani nali munya simunya simbi ya manani.
Umimani
Venga,
Jabugula
venga,
Amasere
venga,
Jabugula
venga,
Amasere
venga,
Jabugula
venga,
Avadeni
venga, 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 venga.
Mulunya Mulunya Gonga buswa Ideva gonga buswa
Gonga buswa, ibeba gonga buswa,
Gonga buswa Masisa gonga buswa
gonga buswa, aziza gonga buswa,
Gonga buswa Emego gonga buswa
gonga buswa, ebebo gonga buswa,
Gonga buswa Gonga buswa
Gonga buswa, gonga buswa,
Ilauya Ilauya Wenya hey hey hey
Ilauya,
Wenya hey hey hey
Ilauya,
Wenya hey 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 Ilauya Wenya hey 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 Ilauya aha
hey 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 hey, Ilauya,
aha
hey 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 hey, Ilauya,
Wenya hey 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 Ilauya Wenya hey hey hey
Ilauya,
aha
hey 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 hey, Ilauya,
aha
hey 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 hey, Ilauya.
eweya
Masabu. Mulunya, we are going to sing a song about the unfortunate incident of George Mukabi, who was a famous musician. He was involved in a domestic issue. When he went to resolve it with the in-laws, unfortunately they finished him. But he sang a very good song regarding how to transport yourself home. It's called Mulunya. Nilikuwa kwetu Mulunya, nilisikia maje kutoka mji Tangale. Nilikuwa kwetu Mulunya,
Nilisikia machere kutoka mji Tangale. si walisema Mulungu alikufa, si walisema Mulungu alikufa. Twende tupepe, twende tupepe, twende tupepe. Sisi tulishindwa, sisi tulishindwa, na tulikuwa na siku yetu. Mchana wa leo ninawaambieni vijana, mkiwa na pesa zenu, kwanza mununue mtoka, kwanza mununue mtoka. Sikutamwache, 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 sikutamwache. Muachie warembo vijana.
Yes, sir.
Mutoka nduku itapepa mama, mutoka nduku itapepa papa. Sikutamwache, sikutamwache, sikutamwache. Muachie warembo vijana.
Jena Che.
Nilikuwa kwetu Mulunya, nilisikia makelele kutoka mji Wetangale. Nilikuwa kwetu Mulunya, nilisikia makelele kutoka mji Wetangale. Mwacha koni jeni ya malo ache na hero yando. Ya kubura oyolo yako ache na kodongo opera.
Sumu City.
Wanati okela lodo ache na kodongo opera.
Wawa.
Yuweki lake okwe wawachoko kusumulilo.
Alana is also a watcher. Mananyara kumudie polo. Yasai penyeto. Usiku mibiro kani tiyomoga ngo duokne me.
Mwacha koni jeni ya malo ache na hero yando.
Salsa.
Kubura oyolo yako ache na kodongo opera. Niliona tiyo kega nono ache na kodongo opera. Nyariweki lake okwe wawachoko kisumulilo. Jenny, Jenny ache na hero yando. Jenny, Jenny ache na hero yando. Ikowa nyakane wachoko kunya. Ikowa nyakane wachoko kunya.
Agre.
Waparo woi wila kianda. Waparo woi wila kianda. December, Christmas moronyo tiorona. December, Christmas moronyo tiorona.
Let's appreciate Kayamba.
Irokamano.
Another one. No. Let's progress. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
So good morning. Let me request us to stand. Let's stand for an opening prayer.
So let's believe and pray. Dear Father, thank you for this day. Thank you for your protection and guidance all through the night. We don't take it for granted that we've been able to converge in this meeting hall. We thank you. Oh Lord, as we want to start the deliberations for the day, we pray that you'll be in the midst. As you've promised, where two or three are gathered, you'll be in the midst of them. We pray for the discussions, we pray for the debates, we pray for the exchange of ideas, and we pray that all that will be covered today be of progressive, not only for our individual institutions, but also for the country. We pray this, believing and trusting in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
So thank you very much. Without taking much more time, allow me to hand over the mic to the moderator of the session. We shall have maximum 1 hour panel discussion and engagement, and then after that, the guests will go and tour the stand. Thank you. Professor Mwanya, you are correct.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Karibuni sana for this session. I'm going to call my speakers, starting with Professor Henry Kiplagat. If you are around, please join us at the podium here. Professor sign and you come. I know them. Dr. Purity Ngina. Purity is around. Mr. Evan Bosire, Principal Sigalagala. Sigalagala National Polytechnic. Yeah.
Honorable delegates, good morning. My name's Bernard Jumba. I'm representing the Chief Principal of Sigalagala National Polytechnic, who is Mr. Evans Bosire. Okay, it's on. Okay. So our theme is fostering skilling up the next generation workforce for STEM in TVET, a call for action for Kenya's future. Now, there is a lot of global transformation in accelerating AI, biotechnology, energy. We've introduced so many times mechatronics and so on. And this calls for us to have, to urgently equip our workforce so that they are able to go into the world of work when they are not just skills ready, but future ready. Now, this conference, therefore, is a call to collective action for the Kenya's workforce. In TVET, we are tasked with bridging the gap. Of course, over the years, we have had advancement. We also had a lot of enrollment. Long time ago, we used to look at TVETs as places where those who failed go. But then over time, we've had a change. And now what we have is we have changed that kind of thinking, and many people and many students are preferring to go to TVETs to get the skills. What has happened? The government has proactively changed the strategy. What has been involved in this change of strategy? There is a whole shift in the sense that even the way we used to train has changed. And therefore, the kind of graduates that we're coming up with have to also change. Changing because there is that global change, there is a lot of change in technology, and therefore, what we're doing right now is, one, we are upskilling our trainees. Over time, for the last 1 year, we've had to upskill our trainees. Let me just go back to, I don't know whether these things have gone back or what. Is it this one or which one is it?
Please come and help us here.
Let me. All right, continue without the slides.
We need the slides. There. Technologists, please come and help us here. Yeah, I think they are working on it. Where are they?
It's working. Okay. Yeah, I think it's now working. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. I was talking about the kind of training that is happening in TVETs, and I was talking about what are we doing at the moment. We are doing what is called dual training. Now, for dual training, what we're doing is that we are enabling a student who enrolls in TVETs to spend about one of the terms in the institution. The next term, he goes to the industry. Why are we doing that? We're doing that because for a long time, we would train a graduate, then this graduate will go to the industry, and before this graduate can start working, he was to be retrained, because most of the training that we'll do would not match what happens in the industry, and therefore we have introduced what we call dual training. So a student will interchangeably go to the industry and come back, go into the industry and come back. The next other strategy is recognition of prior learning. Over time, and in Kenya, we have discovered that most of the work that is going on, all the contracts that we are actually implementing, they are being implemented by companies, by briefcase contractors. But these briefcase contractors hire skilled workforce. This skilled workforce, most of the time, don't have the required certificates. And therefore, what is happening in the TVET sector is these kinds of individuals who have expertise in various fields are being brought back to the institution to be upskilled, and then after that they are certified. So they are able to be the ones doing the job, the ones getting the contracts. The last or second last strategy that the government has introduced in the TVET is we have introduced what we call modularized training. Now, for this kind of training, we train specific skills, and we don't have to be in the institution for a whole 3 years. You come, and then you get a specific skill. You go to the industry. If you want to come for another skill, you come again, you continue like that, and you keep on building up, oscillating between the industry and the institution until you finish. Another way in which we are improving this kind of skilling is by investing in research and innovation. For a long time, TVETs were not so much into research. They were not so much into innovation. But then if you look at the global trends, you will discover that innovation is what is driving the industry right now. So the more innovative the workforce is, the easier and the faster we are able to perform our duties out there in the industry. Okay, I want to talk about how we are deepening the impact in STEM. For us to continue from where we are, therefore, we need to strengthen our research and collaborations. As I attended this conference, I discovered that we have so many partners here, the universities, the industry, regulatory bodies. There is need for us to have synergy in everything that we're gonna do moving forward, so that as we train, we are not just training for the sake of it, but we are training for future. There is need for us to integrate STEM more. We don't have to train specific courses in isolation. There is need to keep integrating them as we train our workforce for the future. We need to foster stronger partnerships amongst us, institutions, industry, government, regulatory bodies, so that is made possible. Something else we need to do, which we have not done well in the past, is to invest in skilled educators. Now, for a long time, there's so many things that happen in the education sector. Once you've been trained, you get in, and every time you are training, but you will never go back to freshen up or do refresher courses. You are capacity built on what is happening in the world of work. That needs to change. We need to ensure that the policies that we are developing over time are coherent and aligned to what is required in the industry. We have not done very well in the past. In fact, somebody joked that in Kenya we have very good policies. There are so many good policies on the shelves, but implementation is the problem. So we need to start working on it, such that we work on what is working even now. How will we continue to build an inclusive workforce? Inclusivity is very vital. We need to involve everyone. And I'm happy that when I was in this conference, I would see everybody has been involved. Women, youth, the marginalized communities, the PWDs, all these need to be harnessed so that we are able to build a workforce that is future ready and we are able to utilize it equitably. And then we need to have equitable access to STEM training for our national growth. We need to have a situation where the whole population, all of us, are able to access STEM training, not just for the sake of it, but for the future. We need also to promote diverse participation in innovation. What is holding us back? What are the challenges? Over time, I talked about it. We have had skills mismatch. We train individuals for jobs that are not there. There is need for us to bridge that. There's been gender disparities, such that we have specific people for specific jobs. Of course, this is changing over time, such that you have engineers who are ladies, we have lawyers who are ladies, and all that. We have trainers who are ladies, doctors who are ladies, and so on. And also men who are cosmetologists, so that we keep integrating everybody. What are the opportunities? I can for sure say that we have demand-driven curriculum right now. If you go to the TVET world, you find all the curricula that we've developed have been developed in conjunction with the industry. There's been a lot of mentorship, and I've talked about it when I was talking about dual training. There is a lot of mentorship as we train our graduates. And we have work-based models. And of course, there is more funding for research and development. Now, if we can do all this, then we'll be able to have our agenda moving forward. So what's for the future? We can confidently say Kenya has talent, Kenya has ideas, we have visions. We must act now. We must act now for all the things that we've talked about, all the discussions that we have had. We need to collaborate, we scale up our impact, and we'll be able to train workforce that are just not job ready, but future ready. I want to end this presentation with a quote that the future belongs to those who prepare for it today. I'm hoping that at the end of this conference, as we go home, our take home will be that we have to plan for our future and not just discuss and let it go. Thank you so much for considering us to make a presentation in this conference.
Let us clap for him again. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. We will have the next speaker before we ask questions. So we'll combine and ask questions together. Professor Kiplagat is the Vice Chancellor of Kabarak University, a neighbor to Egerton University, if you do not know. You are welcome, Prof. That is just to rub in. Pardon.
Let me use this one. Yeah, thank you. Good. Thank you very much, Professor Monya. The distinguished professors who are here. I can see my seniors, Professor Micheka, Professor Muga, yes, Professor, how can I forget, Munavu. Those are the ones I can recall from my mind, and all the others were here. The distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Kiption Kiblangat, the Vice Chancellor of Kabarak University. I am a professor of educational leadership and management, and I've been an educator all my life, and my experience spans from high school and now university. I also sit in a number of boards for corporate entities. So I want to thank you for giving me this invitation so that I can share my thoughts on the subject that was given to me. I would like you to move to the next slide. My slides are not showing. Oh, they're the other side. All right, very good. Has it been moving? All right, so I'll be very brief, and I'll just give a brief introduction of the subject, revolutionizing STEM education in universities to address societal and industry needs. I will try to answer the question, why does STEM matter? I will also briefly outline the challenges facing STEM education in our country. I will also look at the strategies to transform or revolutionize STEM education, and then I will give a brief conclusion. STEM has been recognized, and of course all of us know that STEM stands for science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And many universities in our country and in other parts of the region are still struggle to produce graduates that are equipped or who are equipped to solve real-world problems. There is a significant gap that exists between academic training and practical application, which continues to limit our country's ability to harness innovation for three things: economic growth, job creation, and social progress. STEM education plays a critical role in addressing our needs. And if we get it right, STEM will help us reduce youth unemployment. That is a ticking time bomb in our country. Unemployment rates are very high, and STEM will help us to reduce youth unemployment by aligning training with high demand job market needs, which include data science, software development, and green energy. STEM will also help us drive economic growth. And how will that happen? That growth will be developed or grown through innovation in areas such as ICT, manufacturing, agriculture, and so on, whereby skilled professionals will be trained in order to improve both productivity and attract investment. STEM will also help us improve our quality of life by offering local solutions in different spheres of life, such as healthcare, infrastructure, energy, among others. Biomedical research, for example, and digital health tools enhance healthcare access and efficiency. Our university School of Medicine and Health Sciences, together with the School of Science, Engineering, and Technology, is developing a software that we have called Mama's Hub that aims at enhancing healthcare access and efficiency among mothers. STEM also will promote environmental sustainability through renewable energy, efficient farming, and climate adaptation strategies. STEM will also help us expand infrastructure. And in this case, this can be achieved through engineers and planners who design roads, who design housing, who design ICT systems that improve everyday life and support industries. STEM will also help us advance goals such as Vision 2030 for Kenya, which is only under 5 years away, and of course the United Nations SDGs. We have a lot of challenges which face STEM education, at least in our country. And one major challenge is inadequate resources. Many of our universities lack modern labs, modern facilities, lack digital tools, research equipment, and reliable internet, which limits students' ability to apply what they learn. And of course, that inadequacy of resources is due to insufficient funding. Then we have outdated curricula. Some of our institutions still have curricula that fail to integrate both current technologies and methodologies. And when we experience that failure, then we shall have a gap between education and the demands of industry. Number two, weak industry linkages. There is a significant lack of collaboration between our universities and our industries, and this affects our learners' job readiness and practical skills acquisition. We also have underdeveloped innovation ecosystems. Many regions lack the necessary support for commercialization of new ideas, and this hinders innovation and entrepreneurship among students and researchers in general. We also have challenges to do with visionary leadership, because if we have to get it right under STEM, we need transformative reforms. And these transformative reforms will require definitely strong leadership that can inspire change and leadership that can promote forward-thinking approaches. Let me share with you some of the strategies I think will serve to transform STEM education. Number one, emphasize practical problem-based learning. And these will foster student engagement with real-world challenges. And I want to give you an example of engineering students, for example, who can design innovative water purification systems or develop mobile applications to assist local farmers. If we have medical students, then these students can participate in community medical camps, and these students will gain hands-on experience in diagnosing health issues and customizing interventions to meet community requirements. And this approach definitely will cultivate critical thinking, problem-solving skills, and a deeper understanding of societal impacts. Then we need to strengthen industry and society-academia collaboration. Definitely we need to have joint research initiatives by these entities, and which definitely will be looking towards the industry to co-fund some of these research activities. I must say that in this part of the world, we still have a very weak support of research by academia, by industry. But in other parts of the world, the industry is a major player when it comes to funding research, joint research initiatives. Then we need to expand internship and cooperative programs to give students hands-on experience aligned with their academic paths. And we also need to build mentorship networks to connect students with professionals for insights and career support, among others. And definitely we need to revise our curricula regularly based on industry feedback so that those curricula offered in our universities shall remain relevant. Then we have to promote innovation and technology transfer. As universities, we need to set up university-based innovation hubs. And this is where our faculty and our students will ideate, they will prototype and test real-world solutions. We need to establish technology transfer offices to help researchers patent inventions, license products, and attract investors. We also need to support commercialization of university research through dedicated funding and mentorship. This is an area which is still lacking in our country and in our universities. Number four, invest in infrastructure and digital access. We need modern labs, we need collaborative spaces, and we need digital classrooms to support hands-on learning and cross-disciplinary collaboration. We need to develop online platforms offering simulations, STEM courses, and virtual labs for wider reach. And definitely we need to adopt blended learning models to provide flexible, inclusive access to STEM education. Number five, I have the need for us to build future-ready skills. We need to mainstream leadership. We need to mainstream ethics and communication skills in all STEM programs. We need to introduce multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary courses that combine STEM, say, with business and social sciences. For example, we can have technology and ethics, or STEM and development. We also need to launch industry-certified short courses in high-demand fields such as artificial intelligence, data science, and clean energy. We need to strengthen community engagement and promote inclusion. In this case, we need to integrate service learning into curricula by involving our students in community-based projects, and that is terribly important. We also need to partner with non-governmental organizations, government agencies, and community organizations to co-create solutions that address pressing local needs. We also need to organize student-led innovation showcases and community workshops to gather feedback and build public trust, both within the country and also outside the country, for purposes of obtaining international experience. Then we need to foster interdisciplinary collaboration and joint research. This is very, very important. We need to encourage our students, we need to encourage our faculty from various departments, various schools, various disciplines, to work together on real-world challenges, like, for example, predicting crop yields or managing urban waste. That is important insofar as my opinion is concerned. And then number 8, we need to use data to drive continuous improvement. We need to collect data on various areas or various aspects of life so that the data can then inform our decision making. We need to track our alumni career paths. We need to engage them as mentors, as guest lecturers, and ambassadors for institutional growth. We need to incorporate research projects. How do we do this? We need to require our final year students, if they are not required, to develop practical community-based solutions, such as building, for example, solar-powered phone chargers for off-grid communities, demonstrating their ability to solve real problems. That is just but an example. And then we need to develop student leadership. Our students need to be given these skills of leadership. We need to help them develop leadership so that they can be innovative, they can be good communicators, they can be strategic thinkers who will then lead industry. And this mentorship, this training, can be done by captains of industry or industry professionals. We need to provide opportunities for students to lead research teams, to lead clubs and events to build confidence and leadership capacity. We need to offer specialized training on ethics, specialized training on patriotism, on professionalism, and also on cultivating a culture of quality, ensuring students develop a strong moral and ethical foundation alongside their technical expertise. You must have heard this cliche by someone that if you want to distinguish yourself, you must have integrity, you must have intelligence, and you must have energy. But integrity is the one which stands out amongst the three. If you are intelligent and you have a lot of energy, you cannot really even be very, very productive or even be trustworthy, or a man or woman of character. So that is terribly important. That is why we are talking about ethical training. When we need to support lifelong learning, I don't need to belabor that point. It is important for us to ensure that this is entrenched in our systems, and we also need to implement recognition for prior learning to acknowledge existing skills and learning progressions for personal development. Then we have the issue of fostering a culture of innovation. That is what we need in order to encourage our student-led startups in our institutions by providing seed funding, by providing mentorship and business incubation. So the government, of course, has a role to play, but the institutions also have a role to play in ensuring that this happens. Then we need to host hackathons and innovation challenges where students develop creative solutions to real-world problems. We need to recognize excellence through grants, through awards, and public showcases that highlight successful STEM initiatives. So we need to explore all available platforms for this endeavor. Then we need to influence policy and foster multi-sector collaboration. Definitely we need to work closely with government bodies. We need to work with non-governmental organizations. We need to work with other supporting entities in order to support STEM education policies and increase funding. That is important for us so that we can scale innovation and support national priorities. In conclusion, Kenya's ability to tackle complex societal and industrial challenges hinges on the strength of its STEM education. Universities must therefore lead this transformation by offering education that is practical, education that is inclusive, education that is closely aligned with industry needs. By equipping students with market-relevant skills, leadership capabilities, and problem-solving mindsets, our universities will then nurture a generation of innovators who will be ready to drive change. And when academia, industry, government, and development partners collaborate effectively, they will not only educate, but also create a better, more resilient future for all Kenyans and for all humanity. We therefore cannot afford to leave the transformation of STEM education to chance. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, the VC of Kabarak. He has emphasized that we need to have inclusive universities that will bring all that we are talking about out for Kenyans to understand. Thank you very much. We have our next person who is going to talk about STEM, right? Yes. Okay, your name? Martin Mungai is our speaker for now.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I had. Yeah. But it's I don't know whether they'll be able to show it. Thank you very much, Professor, distinguished professors, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Martin Mungai, representing the CEO of Semastea, Madam Jacinta Katsa. And Semastea stands for Center for Mathematics, Science, and Technology Education in Africa. We are currently under the Ministry of Education as a semi-autonomous government agency whose co-mandate is on teacher professional development. We've been supporting teachers, particularly in areas of mathematics and science. And now in the new dispensation, we are talking about STEM. And in the areas of STEM, supporting teachers in junior school and senior school, as well as teachers in the teacher training colleges, in areas of pedagogical approaches. And Semastea was started in 2004, initially as a project before it became an agency. We are located in Karen, in Nairobi. Like I said, we aim at creating engagement with the teachers who are currently practicing and what we call in-service, and supporting them on what our chief guest the other day talked about, communicating science, communication in science. And the disconnect in the classroom, as identified, is when teachers fail to communicate effectively to the learners who are taking science-related subjects. And so therefore, in terms of the innovative pedagogical practices to demystify science at that level. We had challenges of students dropping out on some disciplines in science because the teacher presented it in a very complex manner. Simple concept, but presented in a very complex manner. And we've had indicators when students mention that physics, for example, is difficult, or mathematics is difficult. Over and above that, in engagement with the learners who are in school, we regularly have what we call STEM bootcamps, and I'm here to talk about the STEM bootcamps that we present. And this is done during the school breaks and during the weekends, where we target learners in primary school and secondary schools. In the new dispensation of competence-based education, we have junior school and senior school, and we aim at enhancing their creativity, innovation, and problem-solving skills. And particularly cognizant of these 21st century STEM careers that are evolving as we progress. And we particularly look at areas in technology, in areas of robotics and coding, engineering design challenges, scientific investigation, as well as mathematical games and puzzles. And when we are on mathematical games and puzzles, we also have structured programs running under the Kenya Mathematics Olympiad that aims at supporting or developing or helping the school develop a strong math culture in our schools. So during the boot camps, we look at promoting or increasing participation of the students in science fairs, such as the Kenya Science Engineering Fair, what we popularly used to call the Science Congress. We have given it a much fancier name, like the Kenya Science Engineering Fair and the Young Scientist Kenya fairs, where the students who come for the STEM boot camps at Samasea are able to develop interest, particularly in innovating and presenting projects that aim at solving problems in our schools or within the community. Why do we look at for instance, coding as a very essential skill that students should pick? It's because we look at what we know. What is it that we know? We know that the CBE, the competence-based education, focuses on competencies such as digital literacy, which stands out very big. And Kenya is among the top countries in Africa that has actually integrated coding into the school curriculum. But there's a gap, and so that's why we keep on supporting or coming up with programs to support teachers in being able to deliver in these areas of coding. We've also seen that the government is very keen on promoting digital literacy among our youth, and looking at the different policies at the ICT policy, and recently we have the strategy on AI that was released. And those are indicators that the government is quite supportive in improving this digital literacy among our learners. So we target, like I said, we look at areas like creative coding. They do mobile app developments when they come. They engage in robotics and Arduino prototyping. And of course, all the other competencies that are envisaged in the competency-based education are infused in this. I had a few slides that had some few images of some of the activities that happen to achieve or to ignite interest and passion in STEM.
And attitude is very positive towards STEM, despite you being a social scientist. How did you attain this mindset and attitude so that other institutions can benefit from it?
A very good question. I always say mathematics is for everybody, whether in the kitchen or not. Maybe another question for Professor Kiplagat.
Yes, thank you. Mine is still on STEM education in regards to theory and practical. So how do you see a gap being there that we're doing more theories in regards to STEM education and not hands-on? And how much are universities engaging the community? Because the way you said we should look at STEM and socioeconomic impact, especially within local communities. So at what level, for instance, Kabrak University does engage the community? How else can we engage our learners and teachers to utilize readily available resources within their schools to really engage these learners and spark their curiosity in regards to STEM education? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Over there at that corner.
Or even at lower levels, is there any follow-up that is made on those winners? Maybe to see if their projects can be commercialized or taken to another level. Still, one more communication. So is there something that maybe, or some recommendations that Semastia can give in regard to that matter? Thank you.
Any other question? From this side? Okay. Professor Kiplagat. Oh, yeah. You are sleeping, eh? Okay, wait. It's okay. I apologize. I apologize.
But we are great friends. Professor is a great friend of mine. But to me, as an individual, I'm feeling that probably the Ministry of Education is not going in the right direction, especially transiting from grade 9 to senior school. I mean, you can imagine the children who are going to choose a pathway that is not going to take any STEM. Can you imagine someone coming out of the senior school and they don't know even any biology? They don't know what the brain is. They don't know even any parts of their body and their functions. To me, I feel all the children going to senior school should do the 4 sciences. Mathematics should be compulsory. Physics, chemistry, and biology. So when they start telling parents, advise your children, or teachers advise, I don't understand the pathways, yeah, where they are going to follow. But as an ordinary lady, a grandmother, when I hear them saying that children are going to choose this line of career, and they don't have that basic education in sciences, I think we are going wrong. We are going to have a generation later on that is not science-oriented. Me, that's what I wanted to say. And Nakost, I think we should speak loudly on this one before the children go to, after grade 9, which one is the next one? Yes, before they go to grade 10. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We will start with Professor Kiplagat.
Thank you very much for the questions that were directed towards myself. Professor asked me how I attained my positive attitude or mindset towards STEM. One, as Vice Chancellor of a university, I have a number of schools. Some of the schools include medicine and health sciences, science, engineering, and technology. I have, so what happens in those settings must have my personal support. And for me to give them personal support, I must buy their vision. So I'm one person who supports all my students' innovations. And that is why in Kabarak University, our students have innovated an electronic voting system. So when students are being chosen for, to occupy the leadership positions, they do it in the comfort of their halls and they vote online. And some of our neighboring universities are also paying us so that they can use that software. I have also supported some of our students to develop some of the softwares that need to solve healthcare problems. And therefore, because I live and work with them, I definitely have a positive mindset. They said if you stayed with a witch, you become a witch. But I'm not a witch. All right, so that benefits. And I support all our, and I think if I went to the right school in my formative years, I would have been a great scientist. So, but my children and my grandchildren, I believe, are going to take after me. There was a question on practice and theory, the nexus. Somebody asked a question, are we providing too much theory and too little practice in our universities? I want to say that changes, I cannot give you one answer that fits all what happens in our various universities, because a number of our universities have different ways of delivering their curricula. If I give you the case of Kabarak University, for example, we have made intentional, deliberate efforts to ensure that all our curricula, when delivered, must combine both theory and practice, both in the science-related courses and the social sciences. We have trained all our staff in our university in pedagogy and andragogy, the methodology of curriculum delivery. And we have a fully fledged Directorate of Excellence in Learning and Teaching. All our staff, our lecturers in the School of Education, Humanities, and Social Sciences are trainer of trainers when it comes to andragogy and pedagogy. We are the only university I can boast. I have bragging rights that has trained all lecturers in the School of Education, Humanities, and Social Sciences so that they can train their colleagues in pharmacy, in medicine and health sciences, in law, in science, engineering, and technology, in music and media, so that they become competent in delivery of content of the curriculum. And we have also reviewed our curricula to provide for that compulsory practical element of the learning. So all our students are engaged in that. And I want to tie that response to community engagement. All our students are required to undertake community engagement as part of their training in Kabarak University. Then there was somebody who expressed concern about practical aspects in Open University of Kenya. Open University of Kenya is a full-fledged university. And I know they use online distance learning. But once the students have been taught, once the students have learned, I am sure, even if it is an online university, those students can still be attached they can still go to industry to practice what they have learned online. And by the way, Kabarak University also runs an online program, a purely online program. We are fully accredited by Commission for University Education. And despite the fact that we offer those online programs, we also require our students to obtain industry experience. We have memoranda of understanding with some of the industries. Like, for example, we also teach robotics and so on and so forth, but we have an industry collaboration with our university. In fact, that company is actually situated very close to Kabarak University, and many people don't know it. They manufacture drones, they manufacture robotics, and they even have a presence in Australia. So our students who pursue those subjects, even if it is online, they have an opportunity to visit the farm and see for themselves what happens and participate in what happens in that institution. So I hope I have responded to all the questions. Thank you, VC.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, there's another question here. Can we have a curriculum that all the universities and TVET institutions can follow so as to equip the students with the current technologies? My personal opinion on this is that it is not possible to have a one-fits-all curriculum. You kill innovation. You kill innovation. So so long as we have the idea, what is it that we want to achieve? Then there are so many ways of achieving that idea. And the various universities can use their innovation, their creativity to develop curricula which will then respond to the needs of the society, but you cannot have a one-fits-all curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. STEM, you want to add something?
Thank you very much, Prof. I had 3 questions that were presented, and one of them was on the fact that we have introduced some of these new technologies like Arduino kits and robotics kits. How can this benefit, or we say, where learners can come and tinker with small to teacher in the university, or also in public schools, we encourage the students in the schools to engage in this particular field. And subsequently, robotics was actually adopted as one of the categories during the Kenya Science Engineering Fair competitions. And we have seen an increase in the number of students participating in that particular area. And of course, the Arduino kits, of course, you could have their prices ranging from as low as maybe a few thousands, like 3,000, 5,000, and they can start making from that to as high as you can imagine. But these are small electronic equipments that learners can actually tinker with their hands and be able to make. Now, on the question on Kenya Science Engineering Fair, where do they take these projects? And of course, at the top, at the national level, engaging with industries, and of course, involving other partners like the KIPI for registration of those projects, the intellectual property right, to be able to protect these innovations that these young learners come up with. And they are also given an opportunity to present some of these projects at international science engineering fairs where they can grow their innovations to another level, because whatever is presented at the science fairs is usually at the prototype stage, but when they are presented at such levels, then there is always a possibility of getting support from the industry and also have some of them actually commercialized. And we've actually seen some of them getting into the job market, into the job area. Well, in terms of STEM pathways, somebody was saying that, of course, now we are looking at moving to grade 10 next year. And what have we done as a Mastea is we have engaged with the heads of institutions, particularly the senior school, who are expecting grade 10. And through, of course, a lot of discussion that is ongoing, indicated the pathways that the learners are going to take and the combinations that are there that the learners can actually engage in. And yeah, of course, Prof, you've arrayed your fears, particularly on why some of these subjects are being dropped or not being made compulsory. Again, that is an ongoing discussion, and that's very healthy because it's continuing to engage the different stakeholders involved. And as a result, you can see some of the pronouncements that were made earlier are now being reversed to allow and accommodate the different opinions being presented, particularly even from the science front. When we talk about mathematics, maybe being compulsory or maybe not being compulsory, and that discussion is ongoing. And I think, because I have a background in mathematics, I may be a bit biased. I think we need mathematics in all areas of our lives. So that discussion is ongoing, and we can see what is coming up. We've heard of essential mathematics, for learners perhaps who may not want to take mathematics at advanced level, which is important. And finally, I think in terms of practicals, we drive towards having activities, particularly in science fields. We believe that it's only through experiments and practicals that some of these concepts will be demystified. Yesterday I was in a class where the teacher was teaching about the difference between acid and bases. And unfortunately, he was doing it theoretically. But the concept could only come out if practical experiments are involved. Yeah.
Galagala, you want to say something?
Yes, I think I want to comment on the bit about curriculum development. Now, what Prof talked about is that we cannot have the same curriculum with TVETs and universities. Though I know we also have universities that have TVETs in them. Now, how do we develop our curriculum? I was also in the university and I've also helped develop some curricula in some university. And I don't know, what we used to do is professionals would sit, professors, and they come up with a curriculum. But how we do it in the TVET is that as much as we'll have the academicians seated, we will also invite the industry so that we have standards in the industry that are related to what we are going to teach. And then when we are doing validation of that curriculum, we ensure that the industry are also present to give their inputs. Now, if we can have that kind of method of developing curriculum that is either complementary or nearly the same, then we don't have to have a same curriculum because we will be using the same method so that we'll have a workforce that is coming out of universities and also TVETs that are trained nearly the same way because the kind of knowledge they have, the skills they have are related to what is in the industry. So if we can't do that, then I don't also see why we should have a same curriculum, but it will be the same at the end of the day because it is the same process. So basically that is it. I will also want to challenge universities that remember, especially those that train technology graduates, that as they get to TVETs, they have to train trainers who are doing the same thing as what the TVETs are doing, so that we don't have that, what I was calling, there is what the skills you have and the skills that are in the industry, or the skills that are where you're going to teach. So like I was in KU, first degree I was in KU, second degree I went to University of Eldoret, and third degree I went to Masinde Muliro University. But then when I look at how we were trained, it is that once you get to the field is when you get more training. So we want to have a bridge such that by the time you get out, even the trainers who are getting out can also just get into the field and do what they are supposed to do. I think that's the only input I can put there.
I think you have heard STEM is required everywhere. Train like Egertonians, we train people to fit into the community. And I think that's what we need to do everywhere where we are training. Thank you very much. Let us give them the Nyayo clap before we move on out. We are going, after that, we are going to give them the presents. Just hold on, we want to give them the Nyayo clap. So members, be ready with the Nyayo clap, and then you stamp, the last one you stamp with your feet. Okay? Let's have the Nyayo clap. Fungua. Done. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, let's give them something small to remember. Can we give them up here? So, Vase, you give. Okay. They are seeing you. Thank you. To give? Yes, that's it. Thank you. Let's clap for them. Thank you. Dr. James Mika Onsando is going to talk about international seed system consultant, and he is an international seed system consultant and chairman of council of JQuat. And he will talk about commercialization and research and development outputs, patents and innovations in Kenya. Prof.
Thank you.
Karibu.
Asante.
Yes, welcome.
Good morning, everybody. I'm going to address a subject that is very foreign, at least the understanding of it, in the public sector. One might wonder how I got into this. Can we have some attention, please?
Please, attention. JQuat.
One meeting. Yeah, I am a public research scientist who transitioned into private commercial science. So this is how I got into commercializing innovations, patents, and research outputs. Next. The preamble is, yes, I think I'm okay now. But I need to address certain misunderstandings before I do the presentation. One, industry or private sector exists only to grow their businesses and make money. And they do this so that they can pay dividends to their investors or the shareholders. Their business is not linked with anybody else. Their business is to make money and grow. Even within the company, if there is any innovation or any modification, it has to be subjected to certain commercial checks to make sure that it's viable before the company can invest. Private sector doesn't to support public R&D. That's not why they're there. And they are not in this for charity. They are in this to make money, to grow, and to pay. They engage in new innovations and new modifications only if these innovations meet a commercial criteria. And what is that criteria? Criteria number one is profitability. Criteria number two is that innovation and the investment that goes into it must be paid back in 4 years or less. So the payback period must be less or 4 years, 4 years or less. And they will get into this new innovation if the market is known. They don't just get into a new innovation. And they will get into this new innovation or new science or whatever if the product quality and safety can appeal to the consumer. So, when universities and public institutions talk of linking to industry, I really get very, very nervous because you just cannot link. They have no interest with you unless you have some appealing product that can help them make money. Let's get this clear. And not every patent is commercializable because not every patent will prove profitability, a payback of less than 4 years, as a market niche already known, and as product quality, safety, and appeal known. If these properties are not known, then that product is not a commercial product, it's just a product. Let's get it clear. A product becomes commercial because of the commercial value. The commercial value is in profitability, is in payback, is in a known market so that they are not guessing. They know where they are taking the product. I'm sure about the product and the product safety. Why are universities and research institutions best to commercialize? Because they have not been able to commercialize much. And I will get into that later. Public universities can commercialize very easily. Why? They have the best brains in the country. They are very brainy fellows. So they can use the megabytes to innovate and push that across the pipeline. They can use business experts from the business school. They can use, if it is in the area of agriculture, they can use experts from school, biological sciences school, or social sciences school. In case of institutions, they can use experts from the department. So it's not that there is no expertise in the university. or in the public, expertise is there, but it needs to be assessed. What is commercializing science? Commercializing science is to take data which is either published or unpublished, or take patents, or take technologies, but convert them into commercial assets. That is what commercialization is about. And this word is used very, 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 very frequently. But when you are talking about commercializing, all you are saying is you are converting knowledge, innovations, patents, and technologies into commercial assets. Commercial assets make money. And there should be evidence that they will make money. What are these assets that we convert? These assets are processing assets like prototypes, technologies, innovations, and products. In other words, a proof of concept is not equal to a product. And there are beautiful findings in the universities and public research institutions. Beautiful science. But if they cannot make money, they can't fly as commercial products. We must get this very clearly. And let nobody cheat you. They can only be commercial products if they are profitable, if they pay back very quickly, and if they have a known market. What are the benefits of commercializing research? One, particularly for the universities, is to support the budgetary processes, institutional budgetary support. You know that government will not sustainably fund universities into the future. And therefore, universities must accept, and public institutions, to get out of their comfort zone and learn what this commercialization is about so that they can make money and subsidize the capitation that comes from government of the institution. There are a number of approaches and strategies that can be used. But the first and most important strategy is to start from the market and work backwards. Never from the laboratory to the market. So it is from the market back all the way to the laboratory. Yeah? So institutions have to take an inventory of what they have, either in patents or innovations or technologies, and see which ones are likely to be commercial products, then put them into a pipeline to test whether they can qualify to be commercial products or not. But not just to have a gut feel that the yogurt we make is good so it can fly. There should be commercial data to inform that decision. Why is commercializing science in public sector difficult? One, public sector as subject matter specialists, and people believe in their areas of expertise. So they are very uncomfortable to move out of their areas of expertise into business. Yeah, that's one reason why it's very difficult. Not impossible, but reasonably difficult to commercialize from the public sector. But with a mind change, with a paradigm shift, public sector R&D as the best brains to innovate and to commercialize. The potential is huge. if people can accept to have a mind change, a mind shift. The other reason why it is difficult is the research innovation journey starts at the laboratory in public sector. The indicator of success is the number of publications, not commercial products. It's the number of publications and innovations. That's why we was being shown the patents that Jomo Kenyatta University has out there, and the trademarks and so on, and because that is the success. That is how they measure this success. And that can never assist to get into a market with a viable commercial product. Although for some of them commercialization is at the back of their minds, but there is no deliberate effort to take these innovations through a pipeline. And that pipeline is called product development, and there are several other names. The anticipated product, actually, in public sector, is proof of concept. Proof of concept, a publication, and you go partying because you have finished the journey. But in commercialization, that is when the journey begins. That's very, very important. The journey begins from the last, after the last circle. Why does private sector commercialize all the time with minimum effort? All the time. They start from the market. They understand the market ecosystem very well. They understand the size of the market. They understand competition in that market. They understand who are the threats in that market, so that their innovations will be addressing a different issue from everybody in the competition. That concept in business is called product differentiation. Product differentiation is a mechanism where you make your product. It's a yogurt, but there is something about it that is different. For example, it looks good. It smells good. It tastes better than Brookside. Then you have a selling point. Then you can compete at the marketplace. Private sector uses a disciplined pipeline. Even your best innovation can fail to go through that pipeline, and you must accept it. There is no pipeline in public sector, because I worked in public sector R&D, and I know. I'm now a chairman of Jomo Kenyatta University, and I can tell you that we are struggling, and my friend and colleague, Professor Kwanza here, we have had to have meetings and go through. But you heard him talk yesterday. Towards the end, he was talking like a businessman, which is what we are supposed to do. Is it rocket science? No. If you have studied mathematics up to PhD, what's wrong with, how difficult is this? This is nothing, given the brains that we have in our institutions. There must be a product differentiation where you are marketing tea, but your tea, when somebody's cooking it in the kitchen and you are entering the house, you can know somebody's cooking tea. Yeah? Then you can go to the market, and the market will be following you because you have a product that they want that nobody else has. And this product must be profiled. A profile of a good product. It is profitable. It tastes good if it's food. It smells good if it is food. the palate likes it if it's food. The taste is good. That's the profile of a product. It makes money. It has a business case. When you have all these things right, then you launch the product. That product that you launch is a commercial product. When you launch a commercial product, you have commercialized. But when you have a patent, you have not commercialized. When you have a publication, you have not commercialized. When you have proof of concept, you have not commercialized. The ultimate goal in private sector is product quality. And they have a product quality manager who makes sure that all the quality checklist is been ticked. Because if you have a quality lapse in the market, you lose that market. The other thing that private sector does, they ask themselves a question: do we have the capacity to process this product? If the answer is no, then don't proceed. If you proceed, you must get somebody else to co-invest with you who has capacity. And of course, you will have a benefit sharing contract. What private sector does, ask themselves on a daily basis: do we have the right volumes for the market? Can we satisfy the market anytime the market wants a product? If you are producing yogurt once a month, how can you compete with Brookside? Which market can you how can you get into Brookside, space? Jomo Kenyatta has one of the best yogurts. But has it been profiled so? Is there a business case? Can we guarantee volumes? Can we take it to Carrefour? And if Carrefour says, today we want 1,000 kilos, and it is taken there the same time they ask. If we cannot do that, then there's a lot of work to do. Yeah? And I'm not trying to be negative. What I'm trying to do is to make sure that we are all reading from the same page, because public sector R&D is the best resource in the country. No company in this country has as good scientists as you find in our universities and our public institutions. All we need to do is profile the products, commercialize. If we are not able to process it or produce it, look for a co-investor. Now, that is the pipeline, and it takes many shapes. But this pipeline recognizes that you have ideas. So this idea phase is looking what you have as patents, what you have as technologies, what you have as research outputs, and saying these ones can be likely products. Then you take them to the feasibility phase. For these products to move from one chamber to the next, they are gatekeepers. They are gatekeepers. And you might see the gatekeepers there are Vice Chancellor DVC, because this was meant for Jomo Kenyatta. Okay? Now, at the feasibility stage, the gatekeepers will check, does this meet a proof of concept? Yes. Does it have a clear selling point? Yes. Do we have capacity to produce it? Yes. Does it make a business case? Yes. Then they open a window for that to move from visibility to capability. Okay? When it is at capability level, the gatekeepers, in our case, it will be Professor Kwanza, who will be the gatekeeper for Jomo Kenyatta University. And at capacity, at capability, they will ask themselves, is there a product quality data, a selling point, proposition, production capability? Can we meet the demand at the market? Do we have the right volumes? Can we produce anytime the market wants? Do we have a distribution logistics method? If those questions are yes, then that will be, the door will be opened to product launch. And because product launch, you want to publicize this, then you will want all the leadership, including the president if possible, community opinion people, farmers, media, etc., because you want everybody to know that as an institution, we have got a product that is going to make money for us. Because you also want a reputation. Then after that, you launch the product, but even when you launch the product, there will be post-launch review, where you will ask yourself a question. How is this product performing at the marketplace? What do the customers say? What do the consumers say? If they are happy, you continue. If they are unhappy, you go back to ideas to sort out that made them unhappy. Okay? So without this pipeline, and it can take any form, without this pipeline, you cannot come up with a commercial product. Because a gut feel cannot make a product profitable. A gut feel cannot make a product unique. A gut feel cannot make a product go to a market that you don't even know. So these are the challenges that we have to address, while we recognize that we have the best minds to do it in public sector. I now have a different presentation. I don't know.
One or two?
Thank you.
Let's start with the professor.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chairman Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. At long last, now we are realizing the importance of having the right people at the right time. Why I'm saying that is that I've been a board member of a couple of secondary schools. Some people join those institutions so that they can earn an allowance. Hakuna kitu kingine. So, what I'm saying that now, you are challenging us as universities that we need to think not only outside the box, but our mindset must be that we are not just doing research. We are doing research that is going to result into products. In as much as you are fighting about the patent, the product is the real thing. Because it will bring money. And with that one, I am very grateful. Umenipeleka shule.
That's a comment, it's not a question. Yes,
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor, for an insightful presentation. I have two questions for you. You mentioned that industry or the private sector does not exist to support public sector R&D to commercialize. I would like to ask whether that is a universal statement or is it country specific? Number two, you've also mentioned that the public universities are best placed to commercialize because they have the best brains. I am aligned to that statement. But taking the case of Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, where you are the chairman of the governing council, JKUAT produces the best yogurt. What are the reasons that have impeded Jomo Kenyatta from commercializing that good quality yogurt in this country? Because I know public universities experience funding deficit. So if that can be commercialized and upscaled, I'm sure the university can get revenue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. When I said that businesses don't exist to support other people, that's the truth. But there's something called corporate social. There's something called corporate social responsibility. Corporate social responsibility is good optics. But if you ask the investors from their hearts, that's not their thing. They have to do it to tick a box. They're good corporate citizens. And being a good corporate citizen for a company is a big deal. But they are not there to take another institution and pump money into an institution blindly. They will pump money into an institution with a commercial product. And they will pump money into that institution because they know even with the co-investment, both of you will make money. So I'm giving you the inside story as a private sector for many, practitioner for many years, who was charged by profit. All the innovations that I got involved in had to bring money. All the research outputs that I was, and not only me, with the team, had to make money. Inside, they don't want to spend that money. But look good, they have corporate social responsibility. If you went to Unilever and you said, I have got students from Kabarak that I want attached to the company, they will say yes. But it will be in the newspaper because they want to be good corporate citizens. Inside, very different. Why did I emphasize on that? Because it is loosely talked about linking to industry, linking to industry. That's all you hear. And I'm saying nobody wants to link with you if you don't have something good to offer. That's the truth. In other words, you are not going to succeed by linking. What does linking mean? That's what I want to demystify, that you can passively link and make money. You can't. You can link and say, here I am, I have this product, it is delivering this, and this, and this, and the competition doesn't, and is profitable. Then they will smell that from kilometers. They will be looking for you. They will be all over you. They will even go on their knees. But not ice cream that you make for a show, not honey that you make for a show, an agricultural show, not a sanitizer that you make for an agricultural show, and you call them products. They are products, but they are not commercial products. The difference has to be clear, otherwise we will not be changing anything. Yeah, if we must change and move, we must move from proof of concept to product development. And product development is commercial product development. Yes, yeah. the yogurt tastes good. It does. But that yogurt is produced once a month. Okay? And the market is the university. Okay? What we call batch production. You cannot be in business. You cannot be in batch production and make money. Because when Carrefour wants yogurt, you have to give it the same day. Yeah.
Be brief, Professor Mcheka.
Give him a clap. Just give. I was actually in JKU that my sister followed. There is no way. He's totally right. You need milk. A lot of other products too make that yogurt. The same companies making yogurt go for that milk from Limuru, from Brookside, etc. We don't have, it is a major production that you can go through. We used to make steel. It is for reading, studying. We are not tuned to big commercialization because you must put in a lot of money to collect milk and start going to sell it in Kafua or in the form of Chumi, fighting, running against those who are 24/7 yogurt making.
Okay, thank you very much.
Exactly. But
no more questions. Let's clap Professor Msando. And we give him the Nyayo clap. That one is, okay, 1, 2, 3. Tena, Dima. Thank you. And Professor, before you leave, we have a present for you. As always.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much. What?
Well, the paparazzi. Thank you.
Asante sana.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that is our last talk now. But before we move on, I want to recognize the exhibitors. Are you in the room? Exhibitors, Sigalagala is one of them. Can you stand up? We want to recognize you. Yes. Thank you. I want you to clap for them and give them the Nyayo clap. 1, 2, 3. Again. Tena. Migu. Thank you very much. Moja.
All right. Thank you very much, Prof. I don't have a gift for you, but I'll give it to you later. Now we are going to do a little bit of changes on the program this morning. Now it's 11 a.m. We are going to take an hour to do something, to take tea after the tea and the visit to the exhibitions. You know, the exhibitors came here so that they can display and show us the works and what they are doing with RSTI, and I think it is good for us to go ahead and support them and learn from them. We'll be coming back, reconvening at 12 noon. That 12 noon means that we'll be able to visit and have our tea break at the same time, but no tea before seeing the exhibitions. Professor Henry Kiplagat of Kabarak University, he hosted me about 3 weeks ago, so I would like him to host him to be our guest to the exhibitions this morning. So we'll accompany Prof to see what our researchers are doing. Nonetheless, thank you very much. Please keep time. Let's do this very quickly, have to very quickly, and at 12, we'll come back for the thematic presentations, which I know we are pushing a hour further, but we'll talk after that. 1 hour, sharp. 12, we are back in the room. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah.
wapenzi, mazungumzo yangu hawana bwana, hawana bwana. Wandugu wa bwana, wandugu wa bibi, kuwa na mpendwa ni muhimu sana. Wakati ya shida ni masaidiano, ikiwa usiku wala mchana, bahati itafika usaidiane. Oh, wandugu wa bwana, wandugu wa bibi, oh yes. African beat, mchezo wa sasa. Disco, take your time. 1, 2, 3, take your time. And 1, 2, 3, take your time. Disco. Ha 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 ha. Ngoma authentic Africa.
Chunga heshima yako, kena watoto wako nyumbani, ndio hazina ya maisha yako. Amigo, amigo, wakati tunakupa ushauri, uliona sisi watu fitina, twaingilia mambo yako ya ndani, na kwamba tukwache kama ulivyo, sababu wewe bingwa wa maisha. Amigo, amigo, thamani ya mke ni mavazi, kula vizuri, kulala vizuri, ndiyo siri ya kudumisha ndoa, utaishi kwa raha. Amigo, watoto wako wapeleke shule kwa manufaa yao ya baadaye. Elimu ndiyo zawadi muhimu kwa watoto wako. Amigo, badala yake mambo yote hayo kwa mkeo imekuwa ni ndoto, maisha yake ya kubahatisha na kazi unafanya. Amigo, yamechoka mwisho kakimbia, umebaki kulaumu mwenzio, lawama zako hazina msingi, bembeleza mke wako rudie. Amigo, amigo, wewe ni rafiki yetu, jirekebishe familia yako. Thamani ya mke ni mavazi, kula vizuri, kulala vizuri, ndiyo siri ya kudumisha ndoa, mtaishi kwa raha. Amigo, watoto wako wapeleke shule kwa manufaa yao ya baadaye. Elimu ndiyo zawadi muhimu kwa watoto wako. Amigo, badala yake mambo yote hayo kwa mkeo imekuwa ni ndoto, maisha yake ya kubahatisha na kazi unafanya. Amigo, yamechoka mwisho kakimbia, umebaki kulaumu wenzio, rafiki tulishakukanya sana amigo. Heshimu mke na watoto wako, heshimu baba na mama nyumbani, na wakwe zako wape heshima, shemeji zako pia waheshimu, tukawa sisi wabaya kwako, shauri wetu hauna amana, tukwache kama ulivyo amigo, sababu wewe ni bima wa maisha, mahari umeshalipa amigo, mkeo una habari naye, na leo yamekufika mambo, ubingwa wako na mke amekukimbia majirani na rafiki tulishakukanya sana amigo. Heshimu mke na watoto wako, heshimu baba na mama nyumbani, na wakwe zako wape heshima, shemeji zako pia waheshimu, tukawa sisi wabaya kwako, shauri wetu hauna amana, tukwache kama ulivyo amigo, sababu wewe ni bima wa maisha, mahali umeshaliwa amigo, mkeo una habari naye, na leo yamekufika mambo, ubimba wako na mke amekukimbia majirani na rafiki tulishakukanya sana amigo. Heshimu mke na watoto wako, heshimu baba na mama nyumbani, na wakwe zako wape heshima, shemeji zako pia waheshimu, tukawa sisi wabaya kwako, shauri wetu hauna amana, tukwache kama ulivyo amigo, sababu wewe ni bima wa maisha, mahali umeshalipa amigo, mkeo una habari naye, Kristina dada, uko wapi? Nakutafuta sikuoni. Nimejaribu sana kukutafuta, na kila nifikapo sikuoni. Lakini kwa bahati umenikumbuka. Kwani barua uliyoituma nimeipata. Sasa nakuomba unieleze siku ambayo utafika. Sasa nakuomba unieleze siku ambayo utafika. Kristina dada, uko wapi? Nakutafuta sikuoni. Nimejaribu sana kukutafuta, na kila nifikapo sikuoni. Lakini kwa bahati umenikumbuka. Kwani barua uliyoituma nimeipata. Sasa nakuomba unieleze siku ambayo utafika. Sasa nakuomba unieleze siku ambayo utafika. Kristina dada, uko wapi? Nakutafuta sikuoni. Nimejaribu sana kukutafuta, na kila nifikapo sikuoni. Lakini kwa bahati umenikumbuka. Kwani barua uliyoituma nimeipata. Sasa nakuomba unieleze siku ambayo utafika. Sasa nakuomba unieleze siku ambayo utafika. Siku gani dada utakuja nikungoje? Sitesheni, ningekuwa na uwezo ningekutumia nauli ya ndege ili ufike haraka. Nimekukosa mama, nimekukosa siku nyingi. Nimekukosa mama, nimekosa siku nyingi. Siku gani dada utakuja nikungoje? Sitesheni, ningekuwa na uwezo ningekutumia nauli ya ndege Le président Malik Towe, très très fort. New Clinton Abidjan, associé. Associé Nangaï, Kalanenge Manoko Eboilo Puta, Refule Paya Miso, Miso Pelo Kula Yalo Bakate, Atakisi Mai, Ibi Mobimba Kotelinga Inamidi, Ibi Kakambeto, Asara Nimi. osangela kalia katuka mokili leka balanda yo ebalezanga mikuba aboti yo koti na lingomba bandoki bakitiseli yo miso papa lolo babwaki yo wapi papa lolo babwaki yo wapi Nzambe akela mokili atia mpema na mopepe apesa biso mpema topema akela biso na edeni nyoka atia biso na bombu tango yoso I love you papa lolo babwaki yo wapi papa lolo babwaki yo wapi
Let's settle.
Yeah, I know. Nzambe akela mokili atia mpema na mopepe apesa biso mpema topema akela biso
Now,
nyoka atia biso na
he's saying that he'll take less than 10 minutes.
babwaki yo wapi papa lolo tango yoso I love you papa lolo babwaki yo wapi papa lolo tango yoso I love you
can happen is too much. Let me.
osangela kali ya katuka mokili leka balanda yo ebalezanga mikuba aboti yo koti na lingomba bandoki bakitiseli yo miso babalolo bawaki yo wapi babalolo bawaki yo wapi
Okay, let's settle. We are starting in the next 2 minutes. We are starting in the next 1.5 minutes. Allow me to welcome my colleague, Mr. Stephen Stuma, to moderate the session.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Bwana Kalerwa. The next session is a panel presentation in which we are going to have several panelists discussing issues touching on research funding and the way forward. And could I have the pleasure now of inviting the following to join us on the podium. Professor Dickson Nandala, CEO NRF. He's well represented by Dr. Kyoko. So Dr. Kyoko, kindly come forward. Dr. David Desai, the CEO Centurion. Then Professor Tatian Mashira from the ISTECO. And lastly, we will have Dr. Margaret Karembu. Joining me. So you are all settled? So this is going to be an interactive session, but before we go to the interactive session, I'll give one of you just 2 minutes to introduce yourself and what you do in the research and funding space. And then after that, I'll invite Professor Mash just to give a presentation. It will be the last one, then give a presentation. Less than 5 minutes before we go to our question and answer interaction session. Okay.
I can take it from here, or should I go to the podium? Thank you so much. My name's Dr. Kyoko Nzuki Mwenya. I am sitting representing my CEO, Professor Dickson Andala, from the National Research Fund. So the National Research Fund is an apex grant-making organization in the country, established by a statute, an act of parliament. And our core mandate is supporting the R&D sector in by ensuring that there are funding opportunities for the funding the R&D ecosystem. Thank you so much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kevit Desai. Sorry, good afternoon. And I'm the managing director and founder of Centurion Systems Limited, a technology transfer organization that I set up 35 years ago and provides services as far as technology transfer in repairs, maintenance, and other forms of services as far as systems integration are concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, we've been talking about robotics and IoT. I studied robotics 35 years ago. I graduated with a PhD in robotics and control system engineering from Japan, and subsequently set up the technology transfer organization in Kenya. I'm currently also championing with all of us here today how we are able to monetize and commercialize IP, not only in local markets, but also international markets. I have some success there too, and I'm also championing place-based innovation. I chair the Economic Development Investment Council of the coastal region. And I think that if we can create innovations and IP around thematic areas which are unique to place, then we can catalyze new enterprises and create more development. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Margaret Karembu. I work for an organization called ISA, AfriCenter. ISA is the international service for the acquisition of agribiotech applications. Our main mission is to share knowledge on all aspects of modern biosciences, but most importantly, use strategic methodologies to ensure that we can bridge the gap between science and society, which has really been widening, because as researchers, as scientists, we are also not able to really connect what we do with societal needs. And if our societies don't appreciate what we do in the labs, it's very unfortunate then that we are struggling to get our innovations, our findings, either inform policy, inform practice, or transform the country. Let me also say that I trained as a science teacher way back in the 80s, so from the Kenya Science Teachers College. So I have a very strong passion for science. And I also work in partnership with many national and regional organizations, one of them being the National Research Fund, where we are currently working on a project to develop Kenya's research funding and capacity strengthening master plan. And we are really happy that we are working with national programs to ensure that we can get a master plan where investors can come in and we can direct them to where we want them to fund our research. It's a privilege also that a number of the technical advisory committee members of that project are here, recognizing the overall moderator of this beautiful conference, Professor Vase Mwaja, who is with us, also recognizing one of our board members here, Professor Micheka, who was also my teacher, and also, sorry, Chair, that I'm really proud to have met some of the students I taught at Kenyatta University. So I'm an ex-Kenyatta University faculty. Thank you. We are based in ILRI, International Livestock Research Institute.
Good afternoon, Burundi, but for the moment I'm based in Rwanda, working for the East African Science and Technology Commission, ISTECO, which is an East African community institution.
Go to the interactive session, kindly please. Go to the interactive session, kindly please.
Okay, thank you. IT people to project the presentation.
If the presentation is taking long, and then I might go into the question session.
Yes, for the interest of time.
Yes, because we need to manage time.
Yes.
I must stick. Yes, because we need to manage time.
Yes.
I'm a stickler of time somehow. Is it ready? If it's not ready, then we can move on. I ask my good friend Dr. Kyoko to say something as we move on. Is it ready? Okay, fine. Yeah. So, Prof, go on.
Okay. Not yet displayed on the screen. Anyway, I was requested by Nakostija to participate in this event. I'm very happy for the invitation extended to me. Okay. From the invitation that I got was of thinking about sustainable research, sustainable development, and even sustainable. Why not sustainable pregnancy? So it wasn't easy, but from my experience, allow me to introduce briefly my institution. I did that during my introduction. That STECO has the mandate to coordinate and promote the development, management, and application of science technology to support regional integration and socioeconomic transformation of our region. Here I wish to refer to the treaty that established the community with that provision key which directs partner state to mobilize support and technical and financial support from various stakeholders in order to boost the sector. So why collaborative initiatives and funding for regional research, science, technology, and innovation advancement? We have various reasons, among others. Yes, beginning by the last and not the least, even to ensure the inclusive growth, no one to be left behind, but we have many challenges, even common challenges across the region to be solved by science and technology. So we have a set of various strategies in the framework of resource mobilization strategies for RSTI. Just I'm going to bring you briefly on those strategies, including, among others, the public funding and grants. We have the private sector investment. We have the international collaboration and the funding. We have the institutional funding from our research and university institutions. We have also other trust and other endowment funds to be also exploited. We have also other innovative financing mechanism. For example, from the first one, which is the crowdfunding, we have many participants here from the academia. If only you look at your alumni, your graduates, you can secure just some funds by using a platform and mobilize funds from those alumni, just to name a few. We have also the in-kind contribution and resource sharing. Here I refer to previous presentations, and this aims to avoid duplication of effort by sharing existing facilities or other facilities to be purchased in a collective way. We have also the legal framework is very important to support all initiatives that we intend to set up. Yeah, we have also the capacity building and the human resource development, which is also one of the strategies to mobilize fund for sustainable research. We have also the emerging digital technologies through digital platform for funding or digital marketplace. For example, for ISTECO, we have a digital platform dedicated to the bioeconomy, which is an important sector for the region, a regional observatory for bioeconomy from which you can get data from there. To conclude my presentation, as a takeaway message, collaborative initiatives and funding for the regional RSTI advancement are strategic tools for fostering innovation, saving regional issues, and just for the regional transformation in all the, which encompasses all the component of the development from social, environment, and the economic component. To end my presentation, this is a call for action, which is not far from what maybe has been said by my previous speakers in terms of science communication and science diplomacy, and also collaborative efforts through joint proposal. I thank you, dear Chair. Asante sana kwa kunisikiliza.
Thank you so much, Professor. And now we can start our session. I'll be fielding questions. You can, first of all, I'll be asking a specific but panelist, then the others can chip in if you are able to, but briefly. So I want to start by, let me start with the private sector, especially Professor Kevin Desai. I know you were once involved in something called LIWA, the linkage between industry and academia. I want just you to give us briefly how you think those two can be able to work together and create avenues that will assist us move forward in funding research. Please.
Thank you very much. You know, the journey started in early 2000s when legendary academics like Professor Manavu, Professor Wandiga, Professor Kabiru Kinyanjui took the first brave step to reform education, science, technology, and innovation in Kenya. And as part of that task force, they were looking for a representative of private sector. And so, you know, I was appointed by the Kenya Private Sector Alliance as a former CEO of KEPSA. And subsequently, that then turned into a 25-year journey where I was involved in every policy, sessional paper, strategy, which culminated in the 4 acts, the University Act, TIVET Act, Science, Technology, Innovation Act, and the KQN Act. And finally into government as Principal Secretary for Education, TIVET, and EAC. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the very values that existed in the early 2000s by these legendary academics and illustrious academics were, and what was inculcated into me was by them was values of access, equity, quality, and relevance. And that has been the value that I hold in my contributions. Today, I am the representative of KEPSA for science, technology, innovation, and research, and that's why I'm here in these discussions. So, you know, as to your question, you know, where do we stand? It's true that various efforts have been put in place. Some of them have been very successful through an initiative called LIWA, and we have many examples, but in view of the time, let me just say that there's been a consistent effort to bring about dialogue between the private sector and academia for, in essence, to achieve those values with respect to how do you, as academic research, skills, and education, play a role in the value price model of any service, manufacturing, or any form of commerce. And what I mean by that is that markets respond, or customers buy, and all of us here buy based on value and price. Okay? So it's extremely fundamental. The world of the private sector is very simple. It's not as complicated as academia or government. It's based on this one sentence. How do you respond to provide value based on price? Now, there's several outcomes that are expected here, where skills education research plays a role in diversification, as well as innovation, efficiency, and productivity to attain that outcome of value and price. And so I see that role as absolutely crucial, and without it, without us investing in it and co-creating the future, it's going to be incredibly difficult. Some of the further inspirational thoughts are as follows, you know, that profit follows purpose. You know, when businesses solve big problems, wealth follows. IP is a new land title.
Actually, I think that would have been enough for what I asked for.
All right.
I just wanted to know how can we be able to engage with the private sector so that we have them more on board in
So,
funding research.
so then,
So-
let me just give you a couple of points. Establish private sector R&D tax incentives, create a national IP exchange platform, introduce innovation-backed bonds for corporates, foster university industry innovation hubs, and set up patent buyback funds as a form of how do you create a value proposition for both the private sector and academia.
Thank you so much, Dr. My next question is directed to the CEO of NRF, ably represented by Dr. Kioko. You've already mentioned that NRF is at the apex of funding research. So maybe I will want you to just give us what is the situation now, funding situation now, and how can we do it differently so that we benefit more researchers in Kenya?
Thank you so much, moderator and distinguished panelists. Let me first and foremost say that at NRF, we have this commitment to alignment of our goals and objectives as an organization, as a funding organization, with the national priorities. The reason why we have this, and let me say and recognize our chair, Professor Ratemo Micheka, who has anchored our institution on these imperatives, is that funding is scarce, and we know that without alignment of our priorities, then we are not going to be able to achieve what the institution was set about to achieve, which is national development. And let me say that some of the national development frameworks that really are key and pivotal in this regard is the Kenya Vision 2030, the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, and the STI policy, amongst others, that was mentioned by the PS. So we all know that the funding world is a marketplace. For us at the National Research Fund, we seek to identify the best proposals, the best.
Next, I want to just introduce Prof again. Prof, I know you've given us a presentation, brief, but could you maybe just enlighten us about the strategies that you've been able to put in place for funding or sourcing, for mobilizing resources for funding in the region?
Yeah, thank you. ISTECO is among the youngest institutions of the East African community. In accordance with its or her mandate, we have developed a number of policies and strategies, including, among other, strategy for technology transfer. We developed also the bioeconomy strategy, which this was motivated by the richness or in terms of the biodiversity for the region. You know, the region is in somehow a biodiversity hotspot. We developed also a protocol to establish the regional STI fund. The protocol is now in the process of validation. It is not yet launched, but at our level, we developed the protocol. We have also developed other strategic documents also, which are not far from the idea of mobilizing funds, because the legal framework is very important. For example, we developed the IP policy for the region, developed also the STI policy, which provides the key strategic areas to promote the STI sector, to name a few. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Normally, we should have started with the only lady on the stage, but now let me invite Dr. Karembu of ISA to comment on how cooperative research can actually help assist in advancing research funding in Kenya or in the region.
Yeah, thank you. Let me first start by again appreciating a presentation that was done by Engineer Kariuki yesterday on IP issues, because when you want to attract funding, it starts, of course, with a proposal. A proposal may be a written document of 50 pages. It can be a one-pager, or it can just be a telephone call to attract funding. But how do you make sure that you are a trusted, credible institution or organization? Because if I'm an investor, I want to invest where I know there will be returns. And one of the weaknesses that we have seen, especially through stakeholder consultations on developing the research master plan, funding master plan, is the way collaborations are being formed without a clear indication of roles and responsibilities, especially when it comes to how IP will be managed. Because everybody is looking out to what is in it for me. There's this famous channel called YIFM, what is in it for me. So even as you talk about getting funding, remember the funder also has something that he is looking at, or he or she is aiming at. And so if you want to attract funding, we need to strengthen our capacities and capabilities of writing winning proposals. But it is not enough to write a winning proposal. We need to identify, to be very clear on the benefit sharing of the results that are going to come out from the research. Because the investor may feel that whatever will be coming out is not what my expectation was. So managing expectations among the different collaborators is very, very important. Clarity on how data will be shared, whether specimens, whether materials, is also very, very important. There are those investors that have pulled out of projects or proposals when it is just funded, because they feel the data or information, how the information will be shared, has not been defined. And there is a case, actually not hypothetical, of a collaboration that I got to learn about, which was involving a university, a private sector, and a ministry, an MDA. And what happened? They were to develop a drought-tolerant crop. During the time of agreeing on that proposal so that the funding, that collaboration can be cemented to get funding, there was no clear management or clear way in which the IP will be managed. So, of course, different players within that, the university professors were already willing to share, so they will be called for meetings everywhere they share. And this is something that we also have to guard. I remember if you invite a Japanese researcher to a meeting, they have to get permission on what to share. Because we share so much, by the time we have already come up with an innovation, it is already out there in the public domain, and so you cannot claim it as new knowledge. Number two, the private sector would like to know exactly if they put in $1 billion, and Onsando put it very clearly here. Is there a market pathway? Are we looking at the product development life cycle? Because if you don't do that, and this is a major weakness again that we have already seen within our institutions of research and academia, that we don't think through the market first, then come backwards. And so, if you don't have a clear product development life cycle, where you know, do we have regulatory clarity? Are we going to be bogged by undefined regulations or agencies that, the government will say, like in Kenya, you have to go to NEMA, you have to go to NACOSTI, you have to go to GEPS, you have to go to KEFIS. If you have a collaboration where policy and regulatory clarity is not well defined, that chases away investors. So again, a call to action that we need to streamline or at least make sure that our regulatory process is very clear and it is also predictable. It is based on evidence. Because again, sometimes it's a political decision, it's a political pronouncement that destroys all the trust that we have for the regulators, for the investors. Finally, my panel mate here talked about science communication. In collaborative research, you also have to agree on how you are going to disseminate your findings at the proposal development stage. This is usually an appendix, but this is a major issue because it also defines how you are going to harness whatever new innovations or any new knowledge that is going to come out from that collaboration that also determines the level of investment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. And now this will be just a general question for each one of you to maybe comment on it, as we then will be able to allow the audience to maybe ask one or two questions. The question is about how do we then make sure that going forward, funding of research is improved. And the question that is always on people's mind is there money for research? Or is it that we don't have good proposals to get the money? So each one of you, maybe just 1 minute or 2 minutes to comment on it before we could allow the audience to ask one or two questions. Start.
Thank you so much. Let me first and foremost say that as practitioners at NRF, we have been also in the other side, and we are actively in the business of writing proposals for purposes of seeking grants. So with the respect to the question, is there money for research? Let me first answer that question by saying that at NRF, we view funding, let me say that funding is available for research, and we view funding not just as financial transaction, but as a strategic investment in Kenya's human capital, innovation ecosystem, and global competitiveness. Now, with respect to the size of the funding vis-a-vis the needs in the ecosystem, let me just say that there is even the US, which in the last financial year, 2023, they had almost 900 plus billion USD. They still consider that to be inadequate for their purposes. So in the same regards here in Kenya, the public funding has been set as a threshold of 2% of GDP, because that we are aiming for to ensure that we have sufficient amounts for our ecosystem, but there's never enough. That said, that I can say for a fact that good, as my senior colleague, Professor Karembu, has mentioned, good proposals will be funded, both by public sources like NRF and through bilateral partners and the larger funding pool. And we can attest that as a fact. Thank you.
Thank you. These are some of the actionable pathways to inspire investment and monetize IP that could address the funding gap as far as innovation and research is concerned. There are 5. The first is to establish private sector R&D tax incentives. If we look as far as action is concerned, we can agree to provide corporate tax breaks for R&D expenditures with higher allowances for IP generating research. An example is South Africa and Nigeria that offer R&D tax deductions up to 150%. Kenya's 2024 finance bill could include and promote a similar measure. Yet another actionable pathway could be to create a national IP exchange platform. We would develop a digital marketplace for licensing Kenyan patents as well as prototypes and trademarks to private firms. There are similar examples. Universities and research institutes can list licensable IP on the platform, allowing corporates to access homegrown solutions quickly. Yet a third action could be to introduce innovation-backed bonds for corporates. This would enable companies to issue bonds or raise a private equity backed by proprietary technologies or patents. An example is a fintech startup with patented KYC algorithms that could collateralize their IP to raise scale-up capital. The fourth would be to provide and create platforms and nexus to form and foster university industry innovation hubs. We would incentivize firms to embed R&D teams within universities, example, JQAT, University of Nairobi, Dedan Kimathi, and co-develop IP. And finally, yet another example of this nexus is the IBM Research Africa based at Catholic University. This is a model of embedded corporate research that yields IP and AI in agriculture. And finally, it's to set up patent buyback funds. To create a government-backed fund via NRF or Kenya to purchase or co-license university patents with commercial potential, then resell or license them to Kenyan firms. An example could be a clean energy patent from Egerton University that could be bought by the fund, then licensed to an off-grid solar firm in Kisumu. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So is there enough money for research? Just like NRF, I would say there is money for research. But of course, the geopolitics have changed. You're already aware that a number of the overseas development partners have already cut their budgets for research by up to 95%, like USAID. You know, many of us, or some of us here were recipients of USAID research grants that were just abruptly terminated in February, and we are struggling to know what to do. Now, I think there are 3 things that come out clearly that we need to strengthen for us to be able to tap the available research funds currently. One is we need to improve on the governance of research funds within, at the individual level, at the institution level, and at the national level. Our governance structures need strengthening. Number 2, we also need to strengthen or to maintain our credibility in the eyes of the investors in research. That is to talk about accountability. How do we ensure the money that we are getting from for research can actually be accounted for in terms of either improving a process, a product, or making the country or the institution more competitive? Those are the 3 things that anyone, if you're able to convince a funder or an investor that you'll make your process competitive, transformative, or get a niche in the market, there is a lot of money, especially from our local private sector. The third component, which again is the most difficult, is the breaking of silos. We are operating in our own small little institutions. I know when I was at Kenyatta University, we used to have individuals would have a key to a lab, that this is my lab, I'm the one who has mobilized the resources. And yet, this is a lab for an institution that is supposed to be used by many other disciplines. So that breaking of silos so that we can synergize efforts and be able to tap the bigger cake of the research monies that are available is what we need for us to ensure that we are tapping the research funds that are available. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Allow me just to react on your question from asking if there is money for research. In our context, you can say yes and no. Well, I begin here by the Nairobi Declaration, which is also a directive to partner states of the East African, not of the African Union, to allocate at least 1% of the GDP to fund R&D. Where are we? How many African Union member states have reached the 1% of the GDP allocated to R&D? Another thing, from the fund or the donors, they elaborate, they call for proposals, they put a set of requirements. Now there's a question of a challenge of those requirements of compliance, because sometimes they priorities from the calls are not our priorities. And to conclude, as research is an instrument for sovereignty, this is also another aspect to be exploited, to see the means to fund research. Otherwise, we would be struggling in funding research. Yeah. Yes. The important thing is to know that even from my experience for academia or for the private, competition is a major driver of innovation. We are also called to compete. I thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists. I have been signaled about time, so what I'll do is I want to appreciate you. This is a very emotive topic. I can tell you we should have been given almost 6 hours to discuss. I want to allow 3 questions only, 3 questions. And those ones with the presents, kindly bring them ahead here so that we clear with them quickly. So Professor Vasi Mwaja, I know you are an expert in matters mobilizing resource funds. Kindly go.
No, the mine is to Professor Tatien. My worry as an African is that we like creating structures and institutions. We have what we call continental African-bound institutions, and we have a region, or the same regions belong to the continent. We have IASCO, we have also the other institutions under AU. They are all under EAC, AU, they are all the same. What mechanism can we promote or propose to harmonize our thinking so that we share the resources? That's a question I have, because he's sitting at the IASCO, I'm sitting on the other side, and we are talking of the same subject. We need to think about it. I think it's a take-home question for us all. The next one is quickly to what Margaret is talking about. We have been talking money, money, money. How do we develop sustainable funding mechanisms for research in Kenya, in the continent? It has to start from homegrown. When Kevin and I in 1990s, we were talking about industry, university collaboration or relationship, we were targeting to try to bring the university to our side. By then, I was with Kevin in the industry side. But the universities took their sweet time, they never came. And it's very difficult for us to go to look for them. They go there everywhere. I don't know who to look for. That's another question we should go home with. So as we look for resources, please, let's go back, harness what we have at home, use it well.
then we can go out there to the continent. Thank you.
Okay, so the
Thank you,
question is-
Prof. I'm not sure if that was a question. It was a very nice contribution to the panelists. So the next question, I'm only allowing 2 more questions.
So
You can go ahead.
The question is, okay, we're talking about the disconnect between universities and industries, and okay, it has weakened the link between education and industrialization. And so, Professor, you had a model. You had a model to try to connect, to bring back the connection between education and industry. And okay, we're making a, maybe we're not doing it right. It's not part of universities to ensure that we monetize our value. There's no way you're blaming universities for not being able to monetize the value they teach in school. And if you say that there is a weakness between us and industries, then that's not even the problem with universities.
So
it's
what is your question?
The question is, if there is a model that ensures there is a connect between the two, then why is action not being taken to ensure that this model is enrolled? You've said there's a way. You said that you have a paper. You said LIWA. And even Professor Munavu was involved in writing of this paper. So why is action not taken to ensure that this model is enrolled? It's government might say we don't have necessary resources to invest on R&D, but where is the action on this paper?
Well, that must be directed at Dr. Kevin. Next, Professor Munavu.
Mine is very brief. How do we ensure that each one of us, not the government, not the private sector, but all of us, the public, invest in research and knowledge generation? And I would like to hear from you. I hear there is something called infrastructural bonds. Is it possible an endowment, but only the interests will be used to promote research? Is it possible? Is it doable? Have other countries done it?
Again to Dr. Kevin, you are a man under.
What would be your ranking in funding research process vis-a-vis product development or product scale up to market, especially in regards to universities? Because I know so many students are doing research and then they graduate, they publish. So how much is either NRF or whoever it is putting in to scale up that innovation that's sleeping on the libraries and all that? Thank you.
That is to Dr. Kioko. So can I start with Dr. Kevin?
Yes, to that issue of why has action not been taken, I think that, ladies and gentlemen, let's also give credit to this leadership of Nkosti, which on the 4th multisectoral conference talks about the very issue that you're trying to address, the relationship between different stakeholders like private sector, government, and academia. There are many isolated cases, and there's proof everywhere in little fragments of successful relationships. But due to time, of course, I can't list all of them, but there are really many initiatives that are in existence. The issue here is that we're sitting on a phenomenal resource, which still needs to be developed. And indeed, it requires an action and commitment, not only at an individual level, but also at an institutional level. So in other words, universities have to write a policy and say that, we would like to have and ensure that a certain amount of our income comes from skills and education, and a certain amount comes from commercialization. We have all the tools in the universities. These are organized tools for research and innovation. There's no way that private sector will be in competition there, because it's more in terms of the implementer. So back to that question, please realize that this is a collective effort in order to scale. And this leadership conference is about scale. To the issue and question of Professor Munavu, yes, we need to think of innovative ways of promoting funds and building credibility and trust within the context of IP innovations and ideas. And like we have infrastructure-backed bonds, we can ensure that we create innovation-backed bonds for corporates and ensure that these bonds raise private equity into IP, because the ultimate future of IP, and let me show you that way forward, that the value of a company really isn't its buildings and its machines. Those all depreciate, but increasingly the value of commerce is the IP it holds. It's almost like a land title deed. And that ultimately needs to resonate to any financial value proposition. Today, if I get finances from abroad, it'll be based on the fact that my IP is secure, and that holds credibility. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mine is to thank the gentleman who asked this question about funding for scale-up R2C. This is an issue that is very close to the mandate of the National Research Fund. This question, one thing that came to mind when I had this question is something that I had that I came to interact in college, and that was during my training in IP. The United States of America passed an act that was called the Bayh-Dole Act. This statute was intended, it was passed in 1980, and it was intended purposely to unlock the resources in terms of research that was in the universities, so that it would be able to move to commercialization. And it also dealt with issues pertaining to how can the researchers, the universities benefit from research that has been funded by government. So with respect to R2C, the question is, what is NRF doing? What's the government agencies doing? We have the structures, as my mentor, Professor Vasi Mwanja, has just mentioned. We have the structures, and we have been undertaking R2C. However, it also behoves upon us to ask ourselves as researchers, what effort have we done with respect to our researches that we undertook? I undertook research in South India, and it's been, I can see the product, and I can say for a fact that there's some form of commercialization that has gone into it. So we need to ask ourselves that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Two things. One, our negotiating capability with the private sector needs to be strengthened. We most of the times do our research, and then we start looking for private sector to commercialize. It doesn't work that way. You have to work with the private sector at the onset, so that you can address their challenge as they support you. And we have interacted a lot with a number of private sector players, and they're asking, why is it that researchers are so invisible? We don't see them because they don't even advocate or even communicate what they have already been able to deliver from research. So please, let us up our science communication to non-technical audiences, so that our private sector can appreciate the value that we put from the knowledge we generate, and as well our policymakers will be able to invest more and will get more money for research. Thank you.
Just prepare yourself so that you come here. I'll be reading out Professor Mary Mkuza, Dr. Paul Tunoi, Dr. Faith, and Professor George. Kindly, please be ready to come so that we move faster. So as I mentioned, the other panelists kindly come in front. And I want to believe that they have presentations. Bananjaki, is that correct? And the presentations are loaded, and we are going to take the shortest time possible. Kindly, Professor Mary Abukuze, kindly welcome. Bana Njaki, you want to come here? Yeah, anywhere. No, this one is for the moderator. Dr. Paul, is he around? Kindly take up your position. Dr. Faith? Good. And then Professor George? Is he around? Huh? What? Dr. Akun? Akun? Dr. Akun? So you can be able to, we agree that, please.
We also, good afternoon. We also want to invite Dr. Nganga Hirura to the stage. Thank you. I welcome you to this small session, short session. The purpose of this session is for NRF to showcase some of the research projects that we have funded and the kind of work that they are doing and the outputs that we are having from these projects. We will request the presenters to make 10 to 12 minutes presentation, please, to allow for time so that we don't overspeed the session. We will start first with Dr. Mary Abukuze, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My first slide shows AIV upscaling handshake, where AIV is African indigenous vegetables. This handshake was taken on 9th of June 2025. How do we use this? Just be patient, this thing's not moving. Huh? But why is it not moving? Where? Here. Okay. Just okay. As they make the technology. Oh, it's gone up to. Okay, so I was just saying that was a picture we taken with the PS on a handshake that maybe later we shall look into it. That's the title of my presentation. First and foremost, I want to appreciate NRF for funding this project, and the keyword is upscaling. And I am also based at JKUAT, and but here I'm talking as a principal investigator, representing 10 consortium members from 2 public universities and 2 private sector. The project background is that the condition of upscaling was that you must have been funded by NRF or its previous predecessor organization like either NCST or NACOSTI. So the first project that we were funded was on, as indicated there, and we were 2 universities and Calro and a private NGO. So we came up with technologies. Now, members of this team of the current project I'm talking about, upscaling, are indicated there. Most of them are from JKUAT, from various disciplines. 4 are from the private sector or private companies. That is a team of 10 consortium members. Project details: this was a unique project of its kind where researchers were encouraged to work with the private sector, and it was not a research project, it was upscaling, where you take the technology you developed or somebody else developed and you take the next stage either to the farmers, end users, or commercialization. JKUAT was the lead institution. Thematic area was food and nutrition security, in line with the government focus as one of the pillars that they are looking at. It was an 18-month project, which is supposed to end last month, but we are doing final touches. And a little background is that 30 vegetable crops are grown in Kenya. 25% are AIVs. When I say AIVs, African indigenous vegetables, including, for example, kunde, managu, terere, saga, murenda, mito. If you want more information how they look like, please visit our stand. We have a stand there. And they are grown in 50% of the 47 counties, and they bring in about 300,000 metric tons. Most of it, if it's valued, it translates into 10 billion Kenya shillings. 95% of that tons is eaten locally. We only export at the moment 5%, bringing us 0.5 billion. We can do better. The demand in the local market and the export market has not been met. Those are some of the vegetables. You can see more at our stand. Merits of African indigenous vegetables. In summary, AIVs are micronutrient dense. There's empirical evidence some of these vegetables have more nutrients than the conventional vegetables like cabbage. They are adapted to the African environment. They have health benefits. They have what we call high antioxidant activity, and if you eat them, you are less predisposed to lifestyle diseases. The agronomic advantages include they are possible to produce seed, unlike the exotic or temperate vegetables, and they are short growth period, and they have great potential for wealth creation. Productivity, as per 2023, we find that these vegetables, the yields are much less than the potential, and that's why we need to share the technologies. So for example, if you look at the vegetable cowpea, the productivity, that's yield is 1.2 tons, 3.2 tons per hectare against 20 to 30 tons per hectare. Now, this project, the first project that led to the funding of the upscaling project was in 2010. So from 2010 up 2019, we experienced a 200% of production in Kenya during that time. I've used 2019 because after that we had the COVID and things didn't work very well. But currently, the production is at 300,000 metric tons at the value of 10 billion Kenya shillings. The rationale of this project is high food and nutrition insecurity in Kenya due to adverse climate change. Unexploited high-value AIVs. Several developed technologies that are sitting on the shelves as we had before. And for example, we have registered varieties of AIVs, and they have not been taken up. We have organic sources of fertilizer, like frass fertilizer, among others, vermiculture, but for our purposes, we chose a frass fertilizer. High perishability was an issue, so we came in with the technology of solar drying, and then untapped potential of public-private sector collaboration. This was my first time I was working with a private sector, so it was an experience as a principal investigator. So basically, we wanted to contribute to food security, and we also to upscale the technologies. That's the full goal and overall objective. And we had 6 specific objectives. I won't read all of them, I'll just summarize. The first one was to assess the acceptability of the registered AIV vegetable varieties. Then number 2 is to upscale the production using frass fertilizer. Later I'll show you what that means. Number 3 was to promote recipes, because some people don't even know how to cook, because we have already standardized recipes of AIVs in our previous studies. Then number 4 was commercialization, what we are talking about today. And number 5 was preservation. And number 6 was repackaged technical information. Someone said that we do this research and we call the media and other communicators to come in, but in our research, there was somebody from the development of the proposal to repackage the information to all to various platforms. These are the AIVs that have been registered. So the one in red were the ones we worked with. This black soldier fly, frass fertilizer, that's a fly that converts waste material into a fertilizer within 6 weeks. This technology actually at JQuartez is one of the products they sell. So it's already on the market, but not completely, but within JQuartez. And the frass fertilizer, we have already evaluated the nutrient content as a technology. So quickly I'll go through the outputs. So what we did was to identify and sensitize almost 300 farmers in Kiambu, Kakamega County. We focus on 2 counties, and those are some of the activities we did. Objective 2 was the frass fertilizer. So we set up frass fertilizer in farmer field schools where farmers came to learn from a central place in Kiambu. This was in Kidunguri and also in Kakamega County. Number 3 was recipes. We had cooking demonstrations where people from hospitals, schools, and restaurants and students came to see how to cook, because that was an issue that we don't know how to cook these vegetables. Number 4 was commercialization. So here we trained farmers on how to produce commercially, and the main thing here was the processing. If they are perishable, for example, the picture there shows where the company worked with, they are processing the vegetables, drying them, packaging, and exporting them. And then we have objective 5. We help to install the solar dryer. So we were talking about upscaling. So they had 1 solar dryer, so we constructed to double the capacity of processing the vegetables that they are selling. And lastly, its output is just repackaging in various ways, newsrooms, where we have seen a lot of things, and anything you have seen on any platform, we were able to do that throughout. Major achievements: we established farmer field schools and set up demonstrations of the chosen technologies. We distributed 2,000 packets of AIV seeds. We trained 50 trainers for sustainability and 600 farmers in the 2 counties, upscaled the preservation and processing capacity by 60%. We set up a kitchen garden, particularly in Kidunguri Health Center, where the mothers, expectant mothers, come and are trained how to cook and how to plant these vegetables. We have drafted 2 policies, which we hope to share with the government on recipes and also production and commercialization. Our future outlook is there are 3 things. We want more counties to be reached because agriculture is a devolved function. Number 2, Kenyan National African Leafy Vegetables Value Chain Development Strategy. The first one of its kind has been developed and 3 members of the consortium were involved. In fact, one of them is a key, the lead person. She's not here. Number 3, last, is African Vegetable Biodiversity Strategy Rescue Plan 2025-2035 was launched in Kigali 2024, and I was personally present there, and Kenya will not be left out. We need to use all our vegetables, collect, conserve, and use it to improve health. Health and nutrition is a selling point for African indigenous vegetables. Some of them call African leafy vegetables if you're using the leaves. Now, yesterday on Monday, the PS asked me 3 major questions, and I could not answer. You can see him asking. The first question was, what quantities of AIVs are being produced and in which counties? We need data according to what he said. The second question was monetization of AIVs. The value currently realized in Kenya. And the last question was, how do we ensure vegetables are actually available in place of Vienna where he was and globally? The answers are these. The first question, quantities I've already told you, at the moment 300,000 metric tons in 2023. Room for improvement because the productivity is low. 2, the number of counties, 50% of the counties are growing these AIVs. I'm just concluding. What is the value? The value is, I said 10 million, and only 5% of 10 million is from abroad. Most of the vegetables are consumed locally. And lastly, how can we ensure that AIV products are all in the global market? This will form part of the AIV upscaling handshake, and all of you are welcome to join so that all of us make a contribution to ensure our AIVs are out there. And lastly, Irene Growth Pad, the private company that we are working with, and this is one of the products which is being actually exported. He has all the requirements, the recipes on this, and the nutrient content, and the main market is in USA, Texas, the diaspora, but there's still need for more production because they cannot meet the market demand locally and internationally. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for that presentation. We will request that if you have a question, just kindly note it down. We may have maybe one or two questions, take up 1 or 2 questions after all the presentations, or even engage the presenters because they exhibit you. Attend our left hand. Next, we'll call upon Dr. Paul Tanui to come and present on the capacity building for job creation and growth of leather goods and leather footwear manufacturing. Please.
All right, thank you very much, and all protocols observed. Good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Dr. Paul Tanui from Dedan Kimathi University of Technology, and we are based in Nyeri. I hope the tech team can project my presentation. Tech team. All right, so thank you. Just in brief, who I am a chemist. and we do quite a lot of innovations because of the ecosystem that has been developed at Dedan Kimathi University. The model that we have adopted is that to support research initiatives to be translated into innovations, we have what we call financially independent centers that have really catalyzed research within our institution. And key amongst the engagements that we have is leather. We train leather from diploma all the way to masters because there's a lot of technology that goes into it. And I happen to be the manager of those programs. We are grateful to NRF that gave us the grant to basically develop capacity building for MSMEs towards the realization of the Kenya's strategy as one of the 6 pillars towards the beta agenda, which is manufacturing, and leather is very key in that. So we are basically supporting the government's agenda in the same, and we are grateful to NRF for that support. Basically our strategy, I hope the tech team could fasten this. I would be talking in the meantime. So basically when we received the funding, and this was also supported through ACTS, African Center for Technology Studies, we were 81 projects that were funded, and I'm happy to report that out of those, we are the only team that has managed to successfully complete that project. So basically the design here was we were to reach out to MSMEs that were already practicing leather products, fabrication, but we understand that this sector is being dominated by players who have not received the training. One challenge that we have in this sector is that leather is not like fabric. When you make a mistake and punch a hole on a leather, you cannot reverse it. For fabric, if you make a wrong stitch, you easily unscrew and you're able to fix the problem. But for leather, once you make a hole on the leather, it is impossible to basically reverse that. So the training that goes into design work, cutting the leather and stitching and finally doing the finishing is really very important. We had a goal, basically this project, to provide a structured way of upgrading the skills. A lot of players have been hesitant to venture into this because of the cost that is associated. So this funding came in handy because we were to basically do a TOT model, basically to train a few, and then we anticipate that they were to reach out to the people that they left in their grounds. So we were to do skills upgrading to product fabrication in terms of leather goods and footwear, and we had those 3 objectives: to conduct a baseline survey because we wanted to understand who is out there, and we had only to do a few selected counties. And basically we had to provide also a structured training to youth, women, youth and women, and we targeted also persons living with disabilities so that they get that structured training, and also to promote the culture of learning. When you mention training, a lot of people shy off, especially these MSMEs, where their daily bread is dependent on the products that they sell on a daily basis. So even to get them out of their premises for more than a week is a big challenge. So we did this training in 3 phases, but before the training, we did a baseline survey, and we only selected 5 counties because of the financial limitations. The recruited trainees were taken through the 3 phases. One is a theoretical training, basically to understand the leather value chain, because the players ought to understand where the materials are coming from, how the tanning is happening, how the products are fabricated, and also the market component. Phase 2 was now the real training, where we partnered with one of the consortium members that offered us the space with equipment, leather goods, and phase 3, we did footwear. Those are the counties we selected: Isiolo County, Nyeri County, that is our home county, Nyandarua County, Nakuru, and Kisumu. We wanted also to understand the gender distribution. We had a significant percentage being male and the rest being female. The other table there gives you the gender distribution as per the county. As you can see, in Nyandarua, we could not get a single lady, whereas in Nakuru, it was only 5%. And for those of you who have visited these enterprises, you will see that it's male-dominated generally. In terms of disability, as part of our strategy, we also wanted to reach out to disabled people, but we were not able to get a number of them. The few that we got had a lot of mobility challenges, and we even had to make adjustments in our implementation in order to accommodate them. But only 9% lived with disability. In terms of age distribution, while we targeted youth, you can see that it's still a challenge. Nyandarua, close to 90% non-youth. The nature of the MSMEs, we know quite a number of them are only involved in MSMEs, but you can see that Isiolo tops in terms of those that are involved in MSMEs. And we also realize that in terms of the footwear or leather goods, a number of them are involved in footwear. Like for example, Nyeri, none of the enterprises that we selected were dealing with leather goods. Level of education, as I said, it's dominated by those people who have not gotten formal training. A significant number of them had primary and secondary, and about 20% TVET training. Whether they are using tools that are required, actually all the MSMEs we sampled, they were not using the required tools. A lot of them are just folding the leather with their hands and even stitching. Some of them were using hand stitch without any formal training. And for those of us who understand leather, once you mess up the leather, it is impossible to reverse. So you find a high costing leather fetching very little just because of the artwork that is involved in it. We also wanted to understand, why are they not involved in real training or using the facilities that are available? We have common manufacturing facilities, and some of them said it's too far, the cost is prohibitive, and therefore I think we need a strategy on how to really encourage these to take use of the available space. Design is also very important, and we wanted to know, are they aware, are they trained on this? And as you can see, very few of them are involved. In fact, a number of them did not know that there could be a training on design and use of CAD/CAM technology. We developed a training manual, basically a TOT model. So we gave each one of them the manual, very comprehensive, and they were willing after the training to be used as a TOT. These are just a few selected pictures from the training. In phase 1, they came to our institution, and we had the Vice Chancellor giving the opening remarks, and the training proceeded very well. So we had a 1-week training. Phase 1, we did 1 week, and we realized that a number of them struggled in even coming back for the subsequent training, and we had even to reduce the amount of time that we had. In phase 2, we partnered with a training institution in Nyeri County, where they have the state-of-the-art facilities, and that's the training, very, very informative. Phase 3 on footwear, so they were able to make a number of products in the footwear. Being in this sector, I have quite a number of innovations that have gone through the same. One is that we have done a conversion of matumbo into valuable leather. I am sure you're wondering if that is possible. That's the president enjoying one of those innovations. We can make a number of products of the same. We've also done several partnerships. Alfarama, one of the biggest leather tanneries, in need of experts, and we've been supplying them. I was also privileged to be part of the team that attended leather workshop. Sorry. Okay. I've attended leather workshops that have taken place, and there's even one upcoming in July. There was a consortium members. We were 6 of us from private sector, academia, and also TVET. That's appreciation towards NRF for giving us this chance, and we are grateful. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tanu. Next will be Dr. Faith Mweni from University of Embu, giving us a presentation on digital intervention for prevention and early detection of depression and suicide among the Kenya youth. You all know the current situation. Welcome, Dr. Ali.
All protocols observed. Good afternoon. Yeah, thank you for this opportunity. I've been invited to come and disseminate the results for the project that was funded by NRF and HACS on digital intervention for the early detection and prevention of depression and suicide among youth in Kenya. Okay. Yeah, this is a project that has the grant recipient as a University of Embu. Then the collaborators, we have Mount Kenya University and Tinada Youth Africa, which is an NGO. We have 6 of us, the research members, and then for the capacity building, we selected 2 students, master students. On the background, what is there, because we normally say statistics don't lie, is that we have 16% of youth, population of youth globally, and this number of the age difference is the age is between 15 to 24. In Sub-Saharan, it's said that in the next 3 decades to come, this population will increase by 89%. And now in Kenya, the youth population is, at the moment, is 13 million, whereby 1 million are already students who are enrolled in universities and TVET institutions. 1 in 10 emerging adults are struggling with suicidal thoughts, and 1 in 9 have attempted suicide. 1 in 6 have already engaged in self-harm. In 1 of every 4 Kenyans suffer from mental health condition. That is not me, it's a statistic that has said so. The increase in the working population is really relying on this youth population, and they are advantageous because of the socio-economic development. Therefore, countries are supposed to ensure there is optimal access to healthcare as well as education for this youth population. However, the depressive disorders and suicidal ideation are really increasing and are affecting the socio-economic development. So with that, the goal of this project was to, next please. Oh, sorry. Yeah, the goal of this project was to develop and evaluate effectiveness of mobile application for early detection and prevention of depression and suicide among these youth with the age bracket 18 to 29. And the goal was guided by 3 objectives. 1 was to develop and pilot a mental health mobile app for depression and suicide behavior within 18 months. So we came up with a mobile app So Akili Bora app was conceived at that moment. We piloted it. We are going to see the finding. The objective was to determine the market feasibility, scalability and replicability. Scalability and replicability of that Akili Bora app. Akili Bora app. For objective one, we developed the app. Objective one, we developed the app and we used user-centered design whereby we involved university students from Mount Kenya University and the University of Embu. Mount Kenya University and the University of Embu to know what is there and what is happening. Healthcare providers, we involve to handle, whereby the use a cloud-based database handle, whereby the use a cloud-based database, that mental health student or a user had message. So we followed the. Then there are resources. Piloting, it was done in the findings were the user guide. The findings were the user guide. For object trial for 12 weeks, where booty and a treaty, we were hoping to have at least one. Then the referrals that were received by university counselors were 39. The chatbot is helping the students suggested by those who are using stress. And selective 3, market feasibility, we have 4, we also in 1 legal advisor and 3 mobile developers were in the industry, and 303 students for 11 universities. So these ones who are not interacting with the app, they didn't know about the app, but we wanted to know whether this app is feasible. So currently we have analyzed data for the students, and we have actually it's the last one. Yeah, the result is that the feedback for the students showed that 77% rated the importance of seamless integration of this mobile app in their daily routines, and this indicated that users have high value for mental health tools in their daily lives. 54% have also preferred to subscribe to this app with 30 shillings per month, that is 1 bob per day. Then 9%, they said 90 shillings. Then 12% considered 120 shillings affordable. So the suggestion also showed that there is low-cost subscription model because of that 30%. Then the 70 students also were open to pay small subscription, and 10% were very unlikely to pay. So this is a strong indicator that students see value in that app and are open to contribute to its sustainability in the pricing if it remains affordable. So the implication is for affordable accessibility. The low carbon, it's an alternative to the in-person consultation. It aligns with national mental health strategies, and it will prevent the societal issues. So for that case, you can get more details in our website. We already have our website to disseminate the results. We call it akilibora.com. So kindly feel free to engage with us through that website. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Faith Mwen, for your presentation. The next presentation is on improving neonatal care through affordable phototherapy and CPAP solutions in Kenya. It's going to be done by Dr. Akun on behalf of the consortium. Please welcome. And please, 10 minutes.
I salute everyone with great honor. Good afternoon. All right, thank you very much. So this is on improving neonatal care through affordable phototherapy solutions in Kenya from the University of Nairobi. It's a consortium with experts from electrical engineering, medical practitioners. You can see Professor Irimu there and Dr. Maugo. We also have mechanical engineers and also the stakeholders from the industry. Now, the outline on the presentation, I'll be very quick. I'll try to do the less than 10 minutes. So the phototherapy machine is a machine that is used for treating jaundice, which is the yellowish skin that we see in the skin or the sclera of the eye. And so we are going to go through the medical problem that is there that we are trying to solve, the objectives of this work, the engineering designs, partners and stakeholders that we needed in the ecosystem to be able to deliver that equipment, and also see the test results and the conclusions and way forward on the processes that we require. I will not touch so much on the medical side because Professor Rimu was not with us, but I would mention that jaundice there would be the excess accumulation of bilirubin in the skin and mucous membranes, which causes yellow coloration of the skin, or sclera, gums, and palms and soles. That's an example of an adult who will be suffering from jaundice. As I said, I will skip some of this. I think we have highlighted what the problem is. So I will go just to, that's just an illustration of the metabolism of bilirubin. So the causes of neonatal jaundice occurs in 60% of term infants or 80% of preterm infants, and may result from increased hemolysis or immature liver, not able to process high bilirubin concentrations. So since premature babies have immature livers, they stand a very high chance of developing jaundice. And the complications of untreated jaundice would be that term there, which is highly medical for an electrical engineer like me. So we can just proceed. So in the investigations of the neonatal jaundice, we can have transcutaneous bilirubimeter, which can be used to detect this condition, or the total serum bilirubin measurement, which is now intrusive. So that is an example of the meter that is used for detection, non-intrusive. And for the management of the neonatal jaundice, most infants with jaundice bilirubin concentration do not rise to levels that require treatment. But the ones that have exaggerated bilirubin levels, treatment do decrease to levels that should be initiated to avoid prevent morbidity and mortality. And the two treatment methods that are there are phototherapy and exchange of transfusion, which involves exchange of the baby's blood in hyperbilirubinemia anemic condition. So for phototherapy, we have different types of phototherapy lights. You could have fluorescent tubes or blankets from fiber optic blankets or light emitting diodes. So that's an example of fluorescent blue lights and a baby there in a bassinet. And we also have phototherapy blankets. That's an example of a device that you can develop. But we chose, out of those options, the LED lights have been found to be the safest and most efficacious for administering phototherapy, as they give off the least heat. So the lowest of risk of hypothermia and dehydration when you're using the LED light. So that's actually the machine that we developed, the one that you're seeing on the screen. So far it has gone through the standardization process tests from KEBS, and we found it to comply to all the tests that were subjected to. It was subjected to. So the motivation is to really, these machines exist, but the LED machines currently are not widely available in local hospitals because of two main reasons. Expensive to import, so we look at the low-cost solution, There's also need to have locally manufactured low-cost phototherapy lights, because then we would develop capacity for maintenance, which the sector has been suffering from when we import medical equipment. So in terms of the engineering design, what would be involved here on the implementation of the phototherapy lights is the blue LED and the pattern that fits the baby size. Then there's also a light meter, which is used to control the levels of irradiance that reaches the baby. So you need a meter below that slice to test what distance you need to put the phototherapy head to the baby. And then, of course, the control system is the ingenuity is there, where you have a control system which we develop and then program. And of course, the mechanical side of the casings and the stands and the full assembly that meets the standards. So we did the blue LEDs. The model that we use is Lambashian. What that means is you need to know the size of the bed of the baby, or the size of average size of the babies that need this. And from a standard height of 55 centimeters, we need to look at the standard irradiance. It's normally between 25 to 35. So if you have a standard, you have 25 to 30, and the intensive one is from 30 to 35. So you need to be able to have that measure of power in microwatts per centimeter square per nanometer of the wavelength of the blue light that is coming from the light. So that is where the main concern is, and the standards require that the irradiance ratio between the maximum and minimum should not be less than 0.4. So by software, we achieved 0.57. By implementation, we achieved 0.53. So that's what would happen. So in the center, you'd probably have a pattern that has that high intensity and surrounding within that. So, but the ratio between the maximum and the minimum should not go beyond, it should not go below 0.4. So this meter is also designed and calibrated. You would realize that with this meter, some of these phototherapy light machine could go between 150 to 250,000 from the shelf in the market. But so far we have been able to estimate that we could probably spend 100, because on the hardware we managed to spend about just 50K per model. So you need a filter also, because we only need to calculate irradiance from the blue within that wavelength of 430 to 490 nanometers. So we need to have a filter to be able to just have that radiation coming into from the equipment. Electronic controls, that's just in-house design issues. You can use any processor. We have been concentrating on medical equipment at the University of Nairobi, and what we want to do is that when it comes to IoT, artificial intelligence, in that area, we want to make sure that we actually have that competence go to the market by having many of our products go through this, by producing processors that are able to do this. So housing and the stand, definitely these ones also have to meet standards that are provided by KEBS, which are international standards, whether it's when you wheel it around or the weight of that equipment. So those were all done. So that's how it looks. That's the assembly. Please visit our stand and have a look, because we intend to take this for clinical tests very soon. So on the results, we achieved the irradiance levels that are required. The KEBS laboratory test results, 100% compliance. The cost of the design PTL machine, we estimate that we would be able to achieve 75% of the market rate. So definitely we will achieve that objective of a low-cost machine. We implore NRF, and we thank you very much for the opportunity to allow us to revise the timelines as this one, which is we need to do the ethical clearance review in June, where we are. And we actually, on Friday, we will be completing the protocol that they need to look at. And then we have the tests and approvals for the clinical tests. These machines are going to be taken to KNH, who is our partner, to be used on patients. And then it is cleared for production, where we'll be coming to Nakosti for approval. And then we do the mass production in September. When I talk about mass production, we in our proposal, we had selected Nairobi County hospitals and Siaya County hospitals to be able to produce 20 machines for each county. So that is with the timeline, so we'll be able to do that. We partnered, we are University of Nairobi, Kenyatta National Hospital, County Government of Siaya and Nairobi. The Jua Kali sector, we did PCB printing for high quality in China, but the component mounting we worked with, diploma holders who are electrical, engineering diploma holders in town, so they were able to do this very nicely. Laser cutting, we were working with people from the industry, in the industrial area, even for welding, laser welding, and also for the casing and the stand. So definitely we need these stakeholders, KEBS, NACOSTI, and Ministry of Trade and Industry. We will be requesting that you give us a small quota to say that probably 10% of these medical devices that we have developed, let it come from within our institutions, so that then we lock that market to be able to sustain ourselves. In conclusion, we did a local SPTL machine, and we have now developed capacity within, and we are going to train personnel, medical engineers from those counties to start with, and also the local institutions to be able to see how this is programmed, developed, and also how they can assemble and maintain those equipment locally. And of course, it will be a source of income for the university. So for ethical review protocol that we are completing this Friday, then we take it to ethical review committee, which is between KNH and the University of Nairobi. Then we train the stakeholders, as I've mentioned. Then the NACOSTI approval, clinical testing, and market entry. Those are some of the references we used. Thank you very much, and we continue to thank you, NRF, for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Dr. Akun, for your concise presentation. We are now going to take our last presentation. It's on quality improvement of irons and skins in Garissa sub-county through capacity building of slaughter operators, flayers, and traders. It's going to be done by Professor Irura Nganga from Garissa University. Welcome.
All protocols observed. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm not Professor Irura Nganga, but I'm representing him. So I'll be brief with my presentation. The leather sector holds significant potential for the economic development in Kenya, and it's attributed by the large population of livestock. But the leather value chain faces challenges, especially in low value addition, and enhancing this value addition is anchored by the Vision 2030, Kenya Vision 2030. It's also anchored by the Sustainable Development Goals, specifically SDG number 8, number 9, 12, and 17. We know that the government, under the leadership of President Dr. Ruto, has adopted the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, and this agenda focuses on grassroots economic transformation, and including the leather value chain in this better transformation agenda, it will play a key role in value addition, local sourcing, and skill development. So in this project, the northeastern region produces a significant proportion of livestock that is consumed in Kenya. However, the key players in this livestock trade do not enjoy the benefits of leather value addition. So in this project, we composed a team, including Garissa University, sorry, the Kenya Leather Development Council, Garissa County Livestock Department, and a private enterprise called Redamark Leather Center, which collaboratively we are improving the quality of hides and skins in Garissa sub-county through capacity building of slaughter operators and flayers. So literature shows that a lot of skin comes from the northeastern region, but it's exposed to man-made defects, and hence they don't pick up economic value in the market. So the objective of this project, which is funded by the NRF, was to first to assess the current state of leather industry in Garissa sub-county. Once we've done the assessment, to develop a training curriculum on hides and skins quality improvement. And then the next phase will be to train slaughter operators on the appropriate flaying skills and hides traders on the curing and storage methods. Once this is done, it will be followed by certification. I forgot, one of the project members is the Kenya National Qualifications Authority, which will help in certifying this skill. Also, we distribute appropriate flaying knives to flayers and link the high quality skins and to producers to tanneries. So we did a baseline survey and we found out that flaying is majorly done by male flayers. The age of the flayers is mixed, ranging from the youthful to the aged. Most of these flayers are paid in terms of meat. Once they do the flaying, they are given meat, and most of these flayers have butcheries in town. Most of the flayers became flayers through friends and apprenticeship, and there is no consideration of having quality hides and skin because a major finding is that there was no market. So currently in Garissa County, also representing the entire northeastern region, hides and skins have zero value. So that's why we came up with this project to capacity build the flayers and other traders on improving the quality of hides and skins. In this project, we employed a community-based participatory approach whereby we involved the key stakeholders in the county, including the community, on designing interventions so that we can improve the quality of hides and skins. These are some of the poor quality skins that are produced in Garissa. You can see a lot of cuts, a lot of blood. Another challenge, causes of poor quality is the branding, which is prevalent in the northeastern region, and also inappropriate flaying tools. So those are some of the major causes of poor quality of hides and skins in Garissa and in the entire northeastern region. So because of these poor quality skins and hides, we have spoiled hides and skins. The hides and skins lack market, which translates to lost income and underdevelopment in the northeastern region. So these are some of the causes of low quality hides and skin. We have lack of market. These flayers do not produce, they don't consider the quality of hide and skins that they produce because they believe that there's no market. Also, the lack of adequate flaying tools and the lack of storage facilities for hides. So these are some of the other challenges that the flayers face. Accidents, lack of good slaughterhouse, lack of an association for flayers, lack of skills, unfair grading, and loss of employment due to disagreements on payments. So I highlighted that there are policy gaps in the hides and skins industry in Garissa. There's no ready market, there's no structured training, and law enforcement on compliance with the set standards. In this project, we engaged innovation and
wind up.
so this is a business, a leather sector business model. These are some of the recommendations from the project. There is need to train proper flaying and preservation, establishing direct market with the industry, establishing hides and skins cottage industry. I'll touch on that. So currently, this is the progress that we have with this project. We have engaged with a lot of supporters. That is an engagement with the Redamark team. We have also we have established a leather development center at Garissa University. These are some of the selected participants. These are flares. We have taken them to exposure trips, whereby they can see what is happening in other slaughterhouses and also the leather value chain. This is some of the stakeholders handing over leather equipment to the university. That's our Vice Chancellor. And we have established a leather development center, and the first batch of the trainees have started developing, manufacturing some shoes. So this is work in progress. I'd like to appreciate the National Research Fund for enabling Garissa University to begin that step of establishing a leather technology and craft excellence center. So that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you so much for that presentation. We will request that in the interest of time that we may not take questions on the floor, but because all these presenters, they are the principal investigators of these projects and they're exhibiting at the NRF stand, we visit them and engage them further in terms of if you have a question, if you have some interest in what they are doing. Please kindly. Mr. Kalo. Yes,
So-
yes, Chair.
Okay, he has said you are the chair, so you might discipline him.
Really, Prof, thank you very, very much indeed, the presenters. All of you really I've been to all of your stations, except one, and I really think what they're saying is exactly what is being done and true to the letter. A quick one, where is Mary? Mary, very short one. The Constitution says preserve the tradition and the indigenous knowledge of a place. The vegetable sageti is not right. It is a kissy name. It should be called Chin Saga. You better get it all right. Chin Saga, and I'll give you the spelling. CHINSAGA. Chin Saga. Completely, and there are so many advantages and knowledge about it that I shall have shared with you, but I'm sorry I didn't get time to explain the importance of it even to the mamas. Chin Saga, write it, and make corrections throughout the world because you have already sent it. CHINSAGA, both plural, there's no singular at all. Chin Saga, repeat, Chin Saga. The second one is Rinagu, not Managu. That is another misconception. Rinagu, Rinagu, RINAGU. Solanum Inigram. Please make a correction, and the Constitution so says. I'm seated here funding you, making a correction on my dialect. Take note.
Okay, let's proceed.
See, I thought a lady should also, nini.
Okay.
Yeah. Mine is very short as you are arranging them to give. Surely. You know, the people on the heights and skins, the tanneries, they usually pollute the atmosphere so much, and also they are effluent. What are you doing about it? Because none of you has talked about it. Yeah, because I know one used to be in our place and it was closed and we were very happy because you could not even stand the smell. Yeah, so as you go into it, how are you going to sustain or maintain, the wastage from the factories?
Sawa. But before that, let's thank the panelists. Let's thank them. Okay, let's appreciate the team. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. He talked. It depends on the dialect and the tribe. It depends on the tribe. Okay, let's appreciate the team. Now, each of us should be having a meal card. Can we try to be back at exactly 3 p.m.? That's when we shall start the next session. Enjoy your lunch break. Sir, thank you.
Associé, l'empereur Tchatcho Mbala Kashori. Ah, Banyame Bele, le roi parapluie à car arrière et Tanzanie. Mais peut savoir Bolingoti. Le président Malik Towe, très très fort. New Clinton à Abidjan, associé. Associé, Nangaï. Kalanenge, Manakwe, Bailo, Puta, et refoulé, Payamiso. Miso, Pelo, Kula, Yalo, Bakande, Atakisi, Mai. Ibi, Mobimba, Kotelinga, Inamidi. Ibi, Kakambeto. Asara, Ibi, Bolingweza, Lilo, Kola, Isano, Yanitendo. Patika,
Sombi prix Nobel, Nico Mokonzi, bienvenue Makoso. Ya Joka Kabengele, Xavier Lungwana, Boyoka Fofo, l'école, Nenga Zopalola Singa. Ya Ali Dex na Kamfufu, Ichulito, Bubulelito.
Ichobongo soyo bengelanga Olivier Bila.
Marius Emunga.
Aramukoka boko koloke fiston koloke.
Joey Kalonji.
Dekos mukoko jampi mongala. Daniko asfi Fabisco Kada.
Jise Okwa Kaba.
Pona Dede Monyato.
Eric Chite.
Pona Eric Kalume.
Clarisse Kabuya.
Wendes Makwati. Nzwala Swantet Jeremy Vita.
Saint-Marc, Tabou, Yves Kambala, Gino Al Capone, Papa na Marvin.
Papa Lolo, Baba Kio Apie. Papa Lolo, Baba Kio Apie. Na mokili bandimaka moto te o osangelaka liaka tuka mokili leka balanda yo ebalezanga mikuba baboti yo koti na lingomba bandoki bakitiseli yo miso Papa Lolo babwaki yo wapi Papa Lolo babwaki yo wapi Nzambe akela mokili atia pema na mopepe apesa biso pema topema akela biso na eleli nyoka atia biso na bongo ntango nyonso I love you Papa Lolo babwaki yo wapi Papa Lolo babwaki yo wapi na mokili bandimaka moto te o osangelaka liaka tuka mokili leka balanda yo ebalezanga mikuba baboti yo koti na lingomba bandoki bakitiseli yo miso Papa Lolo babwaki yo wapi Papa Lolo babwaki yo wapi Nzambe akela mokili atia pema na mopepe apesa biso pema topema akela biso na edeni nyoka atia biso na bongo ntango nyonso I love you Papa Lolo babwaki yo wapi Papa Lolo babwaki yo wapi akela mokili atia mpema na mopepe apesa biso mpema topema akela biso nedeni nyoka atia biso na bongo tango yonso I love you papa lolo babwaki yo wapi papa lolo tango yonso I love you papa lolo babwaki yo wapi papa lolo tango yonso I love you papa lolo babwaki yo wapi papa lolo tango yonso I love you papa lolo babwaki yo wapi 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 papa lolo babwaki yo wapi. Aboni boni banganga babelela ndokie mutu indi mokolo ya bandoki bangalaka nzambe tomo etani bakolo kasongo yeye mobali na ngai kasongo ngana weo songa libala kasongo yeye mobali na ngai kasongo ngana weo songa libala kasongo yoyo mobali na ngai kasongo ngana weo songa libala kasongo yeye mobali na ngai kasongo ngana weo songa libala ngana ndako kasongo miso na nzela soki ekozonga die iyebisanga ye kasongo yeye mobali na ngai kasongo ngana weo songa libala libana na ndako kasongo batunake ngai ata azali wapi naloba nini kasongo yeye mobali na ngai kasongo ngana weo songa libala kasongo kasongo tata obosani ngana bana nani abongisi yo mawa mingi yo mobali na ngai ya maloka oyo osalinga boye papa kanisata mokumba ya bana kasongo yeye mobali na ngai kasongo ngana weo songa libala kasongo yeye mobali na ngai kasongo ngana weo songa libala kasongo yoyo mobali na ngai kasongo ngana weo songa libala kasongo yeye mobali na ngai kasongo ngana weo songa libala ngana ndako kasongo miso na nzela soki ekozonga die iyebisanga ye kasongo yeye mobali
Mbala Kashoki. Baloba 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 balembe. Baloba 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 balembe. Baloba 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 balembe. Baloba 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 balembe. Colonel Van. Oh, mwano yo. Kitoko eleka, yeah. Oh, Général Patience. Mwindo ya ngolo, Aminata, Baloba 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 balembe. Kimazola. Baloba 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 balembe. Bitumbeate. Baloba 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 balembe. Baloba 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 balembe. Johnson Keto. Oh, mwano yo. Kitoko eleka, yeah. Oh, mwano yo. Mwindo ya ngolo, Aminata, Hortense Vanier. Dia Odimba. Male. Aminata kake obetinga na motema mama. Et détruire organisme nyonso ya nzoto. Souci ete regle intelligence ya bomoto. Nakoma lokola moto akota zamba na nokela mvula na banyama ye mama ye. Mami ilela. Napesaka bolingo epa na yo Aminata. Onayebaki ozali mopanzi na nga. Nzokande ozalaka ngano na mokili ye. Ozalaki okosanga po memanga na ebale. Pomela ngai ye. Camionnette. Parfois bakonseil ya bato na mokili ye. Ekotinda moto mpe na liwa. Mboka batindaka yo kuna bakaya. Ezalaka pauni ekongala kasi holo te. Clémayos. Nzambe. Ozomona biso kozomona biso te. Omokili yango ebaluki. Omona mibali na mibali bakomobalana. Babengi bango bapete. Omona mpe kote mosusu nomoni basi na basi babalani. Babengi bango balesbienne. Moyebi totuna yo eza te. Donc tomoni ke tomituna na biso moko. Napesaka bolingo epa na yo Aminata. Mpona yebaki ozali mopanzi na nga. Tokande ozalaka ngano na kati ya ebale. Ozalaki okosanga pomela ngai ye. Joka Kabengele. Aminata kake obetinga na motema. Et détruire organisme nyonso ya nzoto souci ete regle intelligence ya bomoto. Nakoma lokola moto akota nzamba nokela mvula na banyama. Eric Ndala. Parfois bakonseil ya bato na mokili ye. Ekotindaka moto na ndambo ya liwa. Mboka batindaka yo kuna bakaya. Ezalaka pauni ekongala kasi holo te. Président Tamba. Fortina Longo. Monsieur David, bonjour. Miss Mo, Grand Hôtel, Izalakaka. Akokonda ne yo te bakaya. Na mabe nyonso yosala mpo na ngai. Yesu kutu mwana Nzambe ye. Ayaka lolenge ya mwana moto. Asalaka miracle na mokili. Bandimelaka ye te bakaya.
seme bolingo minata tala na récolte ces déceptions bakaya
Francis Batmana. Ah, mondo yo. Koma ya mpo. Omona pena mobali pena babengi monsieur. Amuso atiki mama bana. Mpona meka mwana ya mosala babengi boye. Omona pena kote mosu mama pena ya mama pena babengi mere pena moni pena ke vrenzele. Mais, azolanda neka chauffeur. Chauffeur mutalekaka. Nazobanga. Ozonga surtout na ntango ya sodo na bomo masuli. Toleka. Claudine Kinwae. Na Mankwenu. La marraine Mandibile. Marie-Claire Ntumba. Roger Africa Moto. Johnson Keto. Président Max Capin Noir.
nakokona ne yo te bakaya na mabe nyonso yosala mpona ngai yesu kutu mwana nzambe ye ayaka lolenge ya mwana asalaka miracle na mokili andimelaka ye te bakaya baliaka na ye nde baboma ye bongo moto lokola yo
Wafa Saint-Denis.
ekoutaka na mayele ya moto
Isenge.
maturité na sagesse bakaya nzambe ye moko akopesaka lolenge moko moto ya bozwi bazanga mpe bazwa
Papa Bermala.
moloni akolonaka ndunda akorekote na ye kaka ndunda
Dina Star.
yanga na seme bolingo minata tala na récolte ces déceptions bakaya
Mafemia. Bana Malili.
baloba 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 balembe baloba 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 balembe baloba 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 balembe baloba 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 balembe
Marie-France Lenda.
mwana yo
Colonel Freddy.
kitoko eleka
Jadi de Versace. Elombe.
mwindo ya ngolue
Leia.
aminata
Leia. Jo Mongali.
kolinga nalingaki yo sele batemwe basalaki te na mituni solo tokabwani mikolo mibale nganaka nasala nyonso mpo na zuwa yo zabola ye kokabola biso ameki mpe aleisa yo mbuma sene kolandi mabe evasala soki tolingana nalingi bayeba basusu basala suwa zele motema na ngai wa bolingo ebongi odeside amo motindo wana zele batela mibeko nga na kopesa yo soki obebisi lelo bango baseka na madilu balinganga mingi na kartie tina nini basalelanga na yo likita bosoba oh bosoba oh bosoba Edo Coiffure na Clichy Willy Mpoku
One, two.
nalingi nayeba soki tolingana nalingi bayeba basusu basala
Mes remerciements les plus sincères à Maître Vincent Gomez ainsi que Monsieur le maire Hugues Ngwelondele. Yabino kado yango yoe. Mobali nalingi kombo na ye mongali bomwana eleki alingi se na bondela wavanda na ndako waluka se na kosa na lotindo to mabe solo kobima te lobi mpe mokolo lelo vanda kobima te mongali kanga motema mpe banga makamodi tina nini ondima te mongali yena Jean Brinotiam, le parrain. Yena mongali mobali na ngai ya moke matata epusi bageste leki mbeka po alinganga na bondela ye na bilei soki nalambi madesu ye akolinga te pondu toloso akotala miso te mongali alingi pakasa na supu ya mosaka oyo mpasi nazwi na mongali yena kae matoka londende beta bayokati
suis celui qui pêche, et le bonheur récompense le juste. Faire et chair d'épaule, écoutez ma chanson.
Champi monga lokomi vipale boye, yokomi enzongo boye, nasibi batouche potenga nalingaka yo mingi, nakomi kobeta baturuka matina quartier na bino, bamasta quartier bakomi kotongonga na masolo, soki naleki ye balobaka aleki ye, Rita bola mawa aleki ye, aleki mawa akekotala champi, nabaye pokwa nyonso nayaka nakutaka nanga kaka ye te jampi mongala, balobi nga natingama yo mpona mbongo, balobi nga natingama yo mpona mbongo, jakase ngai moko kolata mpe nalataka se ngai moko, soki jipe mindia te bamasta towera nsone nani mosusu ozokisi motema na ngai mama, ponini obebisi nzoto mpona maloba ya Kinshasa Jean-Jacques Mutwale, mpona songisongi ya kini oyo Tonino Fernando.
Norbert Misaka, Terrano synthétique, Sarah Mamana Benito, Jean-Marie Moulangala, Sina hollandaise.
Champi mongala mwana mabe, yo matolakisa aplike bolingo meminga na samba molili mwana ninga nezali te.
Jacques Mengi de London.
Rita bola mwana mabe, obebisi bolingo, omeminga na lunda simoye kosunolanga na boma ema.
Celia Motema ya Kakol.
Washington nega mawananga imoko ngana uyo kolela ya orligola tserigola bafrele
Amina de
tembo ya makolo imana na vita Nelies
et la longueur du temps.
J'y pèse de la médopole ou bien Benoît Tinga ina nyokola nzoto nanga puya kolinga kitoko na yo Chiba chiba sumawa mawa Flavien Mila mawa balingaka yangana yete o mawa nangai angana bona minyokola nzoto nanga pamba wapi nzotango ya bitumba edo pembele wapi nzotango ya bitumba kakosa mbila mawa
Tonton Ambiki na Luanda.
natindi Flavien ngimbi epa ya wera yebisa ye mayidize lolenge na konyokoma leo mwanga mpona yo nabelela wili shungu eliwa bafere makika mume
Chris Production, Dengos ya Mwanga.
sheri nasalaki maso oyo bonga mwasi mobimba na mibali ebele yo
Jean Mukoko.
elingi koloba lokola futelaka nga ndako nakoma mongwa bolingo
Kiki na Sika.
elingi koloba lokolo memanga na poto asenga nakoma mongwa bolingo
José Kongolo.
olingaka na yo te lorisela kongolese aya kasi sheri oyebaka sheri oyebaka mwana mobali basengaka ete
Soki nano akufite Kikambola. Neyanga Lempika.
sheri nasalaki
Oye, oya yo. Oye, oya yo. Oye, oya yo. Oye, oya yo. Nena Mombasa kabone mai maendeleo. Nena Mombasa kabone 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 maendeleo. Oh yeah, hey. Oh yeah, hey. Oh yeah, hey. Oh yeah, hey.
Kiwaya waya.
Kiwaya waya, dede kiwaya waya. Kiwaya waya, dede kiwaya waya. Kiwaya waya, dede kiwaya waya. Namona isima ingie, dede kiwaya waya. Namona isima ingie, dede kiwaya waya. Oh yeah, hey. Oh yeah, hey. Oh yeah, hey. Oh yeah, hey. Kele kele wapoya bongo dere. Gafunga na lugha sekenda. Kele kele wapoya bongo dere. Gafunga na lugha sekenda. Gafunga na lugha sekenda. Kele kele wapoya bongo dere. Gafunga na lugha sekenda. Kele kele wapoya bongo dere. Gafunga na lugha sekenda. 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 Mwachoki mwanyambo, mwachoki mwanyambo, mwachoki mwanyambo, gorere wake skezeja. Mwachoki mwanyambo, mwachoki mwanyambo, mwachoki mwanyambo, gorere wake skezeja. Ona nyahurwe he, 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 ona nyahurwe he. Mwachoki mwanyambo, mwachoki mwanyambo, mwachoki mwanyambo, gorere wake skezeja. Yombo mwala yo, yombo mwala yo, yombo mwala yo, yombo mwala yo. Kasinga eruga, yombo mwala yo, yombo mwala yo. Kulwe, ona kulwe, ona kulwe, ona kulwe, oya eh, ona kulwe, oya eh, ona kulwe, ona kulwe, ona kulwe. Igerera nilelo, igerera nilelo, kapimoro longisa igerera nilelo, kapimoro longisa igerera nilelo. Lelo, igerera nilelo, igerera nilelo, kapimoro longisa igerera nilelo, kapimoro longisa igerera nilelo. Lelo, igerera nilelo, igerera nilelo, igerera nilelo, kapimoro longisa igerera nilelo, kapimoro longisa igerera nilelo. Mamingala. Lelo kigererani lelo. Kigererani lelo. Kigererani lelo. Kapkimolo longisa. Kigererani lelo. Kapkimolo longisa. Kigererani lelo. Lelo. Olele la lelo. Kigererani lelo. Kigererani lelo. Kigererani lelo. Kigererani lelo. Kigererani lelo. Kapkimolo longisa. Kigererani lelo. Kapkimolo longisa. Kigererani lelo. Kongo kabisa. Shugul. Kilendi gipsangwet. Ole mi moy moyet. Ole mi moy moyet. Ole mo miret. Angwon di doktor. Kilendi gipsangwet. Ole mi moy moyet. Ole mo miret. Angwon di doktor. Kongoy Ilata Urek chek chek ngebe tu Koli koni urek chek chek ngebe tu Koli urek chek chek ngebe tu Koli koni urek chek chek ngebe tu Ewe tukuchenun Ewe tukuchenun Ewe kapwana yo Ewe tukuchenun Agrip Ewe tukuchenun Agrip Maweng Ewe tukuchenun Ewe kapwana yo Ilata Ewe tukuchenun Ewe kapwana yo Kabetikano muwani mbingu
Kabetikano muwani mbingu
Kabetikano muwani mbingu
Kabetikano muwani mbingu
Ngose Eli kamulo tumelu Tanja tanja tinanja tichakaya
Eka uwana mundu nemuka
Songa ilo Yesu Kristo Ya Mawandie mwaize mutuka tuma Musiku wadhima musi
Ongolo mane Nala mwingi
Ngangani yake ngangani Nganga angangwa angangika Nga Ekwe
Kakale Kakale Kasamu kasembete
Kakale kamumisye masaku Kandwa ile ilo bingo nane na nyanyawa
Kakale Kakale Kasamu kasembete
Kakale kamumisye masaku Kandwa ite ilo bingo nane na nyanyawa
Kakale Kasamu kasembete
Tamana neto na tomo patuka Awe imo waze iwe mugo Mwana wa musita weze momboko Momboko wito ni kwima na moko Uni wakwana twaye na ngombe Na twaika libisi Tamana neto na tomo patuka Awe imo waze iwe mugo Mwana wa musita weze momboko Momboko wito ni kwima na moko uli wakwana twaina ngome atwaikanibise Kayambani jakaya Kayambani yakaya Kayamba Twine Wadi Wito Gose katulu Ulala Wiki sulwali Ulala Gose katulu Ulala Wiki sulwali Ulala Aui Ulala Ulala Gose katulu Ulala Wiki sulwali Ulala Aui Ulala Aoko Omwana mer Omwana mayeye Shipenzi omwana shilubuswa Omwana sweke Omwana yenyine Aoko Aoko Nimepanda milima na mabonde, nimepita misitu na nyika kaogelea, mito na bahari. Aoko, 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 nimekutana na vipusa, nyuso zinazong'aa, meno maziwa, machogololi, mwanya mdomoni. Aoko, aoko, yeye, nimetembea sijamuona msichana kama Aoko. 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 Nifikiria kwa Aoko, sili sisiki, sura yangu tabasamu, roho haidudi, mbali urukaruka. Oh, Aoko, 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 o mwana mer, o mwana mayeye, shipenzi o mwana shilubuswa, o mwana swere, o mwana yenyine. Aoko, Aoko, yeye, nimetembea sijamuona msichana kama Aoko. Wananiuliza, nimetembea sijamuona msichana kama Aoko. Wapi mama? Nimetembea sijamuona msichana kama Aoko. Wapi sheri? Nimetembea sijamuona msichana kama Aoko. Pima. Naisete irema ngaikoroka meriko ngaliengi nyametitu gatufera iria ile nodire dona aongetawe wiwakwa nisemaneti nane adhaka magego meru mana iria marejaromi iria iganagwo waidho manene emono tandongu. Nimetembea sijamuona msichana kama Aoko. Nimetembea sijamuona msichana kama Aoko. Wananiuliza, nimetembea sijamuona msichana kama Aoko. Nimetembea sijamuona msichana kama Aoko. Je t'aime, chérie.
Voilà. Kutia. Mikalele ya kutabia siya kusionde nisionda ya kwendesya waitonyeka ona emwe wasiananzika kana ningwendete
kaneno wodi kata gitimbe magi duto gimago maduoro kiwa chadiera
Tichana kama oko
niuliza imetembe
wala jeje Mutalio frappante
je t'aime ma chérie Aoko.
Merci. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy Sounds of Kayamba, Africa. Tere gaifafa, bige kuona marudurudu. Nege na nyone wega fafa, mororio yende ya. Tere gaifafa, bige kuona marudurudu. Negena nyone wega fafa Bororio ya One iwendo yutaria tea Kaiwi twende tena guo Twatwekire siana siagai Newa magegania mwadani Utaria kere gai fafa Nige kona marudurudu Nige na nyone wega fafa Ororio yenderi ya Utiarege Gai fafa Nige kona marudurudu Nige na nyone wega fafa Ororio yenderi ya Uniageni ona etoki Okombo uroyo wariowa Negosharia Ibito sharagia Orori oya wewi Tokyo me Mutiana kere gaifafa Ide kona marudurudu Negena yonewe gafafa Moroyo ya Utiara kere gai papa Ige kona marudurudu Negena nyone gafafa Moroyo ya Mukorish No yutaria tia Kai twatwende tena guo Twatwekire chana chianga Ewa magegania mwadhani One iwendo yutaria tia Kai twatwende tena guo Twatwekire chana chianga Newa magegania mwadhani One iwendo yutaria tia Aivito twende tena guo Twatwekire chana chiangai Newa magegania mwadhani Utaya kere gai fafa Ige kona marudurudu Ige nyone wega fafa Boroyo yenderi
Thank you so much for clapping. Yeah. So I know we have had a beautiful lunch,
and I know you want to start the session. So before you start, I'll request you at least, because I know you may sleep during the session. So I'm humbly requesting you to stand up, please. We want to stretch. Yes. Let us stand up first. Sorry. Yeah, let us be upstanding, please.
Voila.
Yeah, can we try this? Let us stretch. Let us stretch. Yeah, stretch. Aya, mikono tu hivyo, twende. Najua tuko na mabega. Aya. Mapeka. Unaenda tu. Cheza kama muluya. Kama muluya, twende. Hapo, cheza. Hapo. Tunaenda tu hapa. Unatingisha mabega hata kama una. Cheza kama muluya. Tingisha. Cheza hapo. Twende hapa. Hapo. Haya. Jaribu hapa sasa. Mikono hapa juu. Tunaenda hapo. Alafu tunaenda hapa. Alafu juu. Twende. Alafu juu. Hapo. Alafu nenda wapi? Jaribu hapa. Cheza ripara. Wote basi? Mikono juu wote. Enda chini. Agripa. Chini. Hapo.
Thank you so much, team. I know after lunch, that is a good exercise. I want to take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Kevin Desai to take over the program.
Thank
you
very
so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are now beginning two very exciting panels, which we hope to combine in one and complete the session by 4:30. So I'd like to call for both panels. The first panel is the thematic panel based on research and technology, security, integrity, and ethics for prosperity. And I'd like to call both Professor Rose Monia, the former VC Egerton University, emerging research security issues in universities and research institutions, to come to the panel. And I would also like to call Ms. Josephine Dambuki, the Chief Manager, Business Development and Innovation, Konza Technopolis. And on the second panel, I would also like to call to the front Ms. Joyce Jogu from the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, who's now being represented by Mr. Francis Vito. And I'd also like to call Dr. Benson Okita, the Director, Eastern Africa Hub, the Weiss Academy for Nature at the University of Bern. Please come to the floor and to the chairs, please. Thanks. Very good. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to start with a round of introductions. Please, Professor, if you could introduce yourself and what you champion. Oh, you don't have microphones. Can we have some microphones, please? But kindly introduce yourself first, just for 1 minute. If you could just introduce your name, and then I'd like the other panelists to introduce from where you're seated. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. You have been told my name is Rose Mwanya, former Vice Chancellor, Egerton University. Despite the fact that I'm retired, I'm still championing a number of things in gender and women issues, agriculture and women economics, and generally just taking it easy.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
My name is Ruth Moreithi. I work with Konza Technopolis, representing Josephine Dabuki. At Konza Technopolis, I'm Manager Knowledge Economy and Innovation. So irrespective of the fact that the Technopolis is a smart city, we are also an area of innovation. Thank you.
Thank you. But what are you championing? Are you championing anything personally?
Oh, I'm championing innovation, building the Technopolis as a hub of innovation in Africa, IP protection, securing the systems in terms of data protection, and also nurturing the creatives and digital skilling. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Richard Kiaka. I am representing Dr. Okita, and I am the regional coordinator for research at the VIS Academy. I work for a transformative research in the coexistence or in enhancing the coexistence between nature and people.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Francis Veto from the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, representing Joyce Njogu. I'm from the Technical, Vocational and Education Training sub-unit, and we are here to bring the private sector angle, and in particular manufacturing, where research and science, technology and innovation is concerned. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, you'll all agree that these are very illustrious individuals. They're championing very exciting initiatives. I'm hoping that from the crowd here and from all of you that we all support them. But let me now start on this very exciting subject that they're going to present on. And the first thematic panel is about research, technology, security, integrity, and ethics for prosperity. And I'd like to ask Professor Monia to identify and establish what is the relationship between RSTI and security, integrity, and ethics towards prosperity, please.
Somebody was helping me here. Evans, ako huko. Is it on? It is on, eh?
Organizers, we're wasting time, please.
Livestock technologies that would help us get the nutrients that we require in our food and our eating. Research on biofortified crops and diversified diets to reduce malnutrition. We still have malnutrition in Kenya. You can't tell me it is not there. And even the ones that are among you people here, we may need to think about it. You are malnourished in one way or the other. The promotion of sustainable agri-food systems and These are emerging issues that we need to think about. Climate change and natural resource management. Climate smart agriculture, which Professor Mchieka is really talking about, and the innovations. Watershed management and soil conservation. We have still many areas that we don't have enough water, so we need to think about the watershed management and soil conservation. Renewable energy and environmental conservation. I have focused mainly in agriculture and the related, because that is what I know best. The rest I don't know. Agri-entrepreneurship and agribusiness development. Under this, we have the value chain research and market access for smallholder farmers. My focus is mainly on smallholder farmers. Inclusive finance models for agribusiness. Are we including everything and everywhere on agribusiness management? Youth and women empowerment through agribusiness incubation. We are talking of the youth and their lack of employment, but we need to empower them through these agribusiness inclusions or incubations. Animal health and production, research on animal genetics, nutrition, and health. We need to focus on animal nutrition, animal genetics, and animal health. Disease surveillance and One Health approaches. Improved husbandry practices for enhanced productivity. Priority research areas. Education, we need to, under this, we need to do research areas in education policy and institutional development. I have picked areas of concern, and especially the ones that are at Egerton University. That's where I removed my secondary data. Policy research to inform agricultural transformation. Curriculum development for competency-based education in agriculture. Capacity building for extension agents and community-based facilitators. ICT for agriculture and development. Digital tools for extension service delivery. Digital tools for extension service delivery. Data analytics for decision-making in farming systems. Use of AI and GIS. AI there is artificial intelligence, and GIS in precision agriculture. Pardon? You are whispering. Anyway, you will ask your questions. Research, emerging research areas, regenerative and conservation agriculture, promotion of eco-friendly farming techniques that restore soil health and biodiversity, integration of agroecological principles in production systems, and urban and peri-urban agriculture, innovative models for food production in urban settings. You can't tell me that you cannot grow food in the urban areas. They are growing vegetables in sacks and all those things. Resource efficient systems like aquaponics, and vertical farming. Agro-industrialization and value addition. Development of post-harvest technologies and food processing innovations. You know that post-harvest losses is a major threat to our production in the country. We need to do something about it. Research on circular economy practices in agri-food systems. Climate risk and disaster resilience, community-based early warning systems and climate risk mapping. Resilience building among vulnerable farming communities. We have some vulnerable farming communities. Okay. Now, under digital agriculture and artificial intelligence, application of machine learning for post and disease prediction. We normally predict when the locusts are coming. In many areas, you can be told that be careful this particular season. The older people really know, but they are not transferring this. They are not transferring this knowledge to some of us, which is very poor. Mobile-based decision support tools for smallholder farmers, genomics and biotechnology, genome editing and molecular breeding for improved crop varieties, research on genetically modified organisms within policy frameworks. The final thoughts, emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, genomics, and biotechnology, persistent new security challenges, but also present opportunities. Prioritizing nationally determined priorities in agriculture, education, housing, and climate change can help mitigate the risks. Finally, we would say that research security isn't only about defending against external threats. It is also about ensuring that states remain competitive in global innovation by supporting the people and infrastructure that fuel it. By John Cannon. So that is my brief presentation. It is secondary data.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor.
Give me a proper clap.
Thank you, Professor. So let's have. I've been told by the regulator that our time has been cut further to 4 o'clock. So I'd like the next presenter to please present within 5 minutes. Professor Josephine Dambuki, please, the Chief Business Manager. If you could come and do your presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again. I'm not Josephine, but my name is Ruth. I'm representing Josephine, and I want to share with us some insights on securing the research, technology, and innovation systems for prosperity. So I don't have a PowerPoint presentation, so I'll just make brief comments about what we are doing as Konza and what we need to do as a country and as a continent in securing research and technology systems for prosperity. So I'll add innovation into the R&T because you cannot separate research and innovation. So when we think about economic transformation and societal transformation. We've seen the economy transforming from an agricultural society to an industrial society thanks to technology. We have again transformed into an into an information society thanks to network. And so the discussions we've been having in this conference are very important because innovation research is what will push us towards becoming a knowledge-based economy. And so research and technology systems are the engines of innovation, competitiveness, and socioeconomic development. And we need to think about investing in securing these systems and having well-coordinated research, technology, and innovation systems. So when we talk about these systems, what are some of these components that are within the research, technology, and innovation ecosystems? Think about data integrity and protection. I know yesterday we had a discussion about data governance. And so when you think about research, innovation in sectors like finance, in sectors like health and defense, then data integrity and protection comes in handy. And so we need to secure these systems then to ensure that we prosper as a country and also as an economy. I know NACOSTI plays a very key role in terms of ethical research standards. We need to think about securing this as a system because this ensures that we safeguard human rights and also environmental sustainability. I listened to Professor Ibuga when she was very concerned about what our researchers in the leather industry are doing towards environmental sustainability. And so we have to also think about that under ethical research standards. I know yesterday we had a discussion about funding mechanisms, and one of the speakers talked about the fact that Africa and Kenya, we suffer from underfunding in terms of research and development because the target is to commit 2% of the GDP towards R&D, but still what we see is a commitment of less than 1%. And so in order to secure these research, technology, and innovation systems, then we have to think about having stable and predictable funding mechanisms for long-term innovation agenda. Then we have to think about IP. Again, we've had discussions in this room about IP protection, IP regimes. These are the regimes that incentivize innovation while ensuring that there is mutual benefit for the innovators and for the researchers. We have now moved from closed innovation systems to open innovation systems, and so we have to think about cross-border collaborations so that then there is facilitation of open science, shared infrastructure, and mobility of researchers. And ecosystems like what we have at Konza Technopolis, these are platforms that facilitate open science, open innovation, shared infrastructure, and that is why we have industry, academia finding home at the Technopolis. And looking globally at some of the countries that have managed to secure their systems and therefore prospered and enhancing industrialization, we have countries like South Korea, we have Germany, we have US that have demonstrated how securing these systems lead to inclusive prosperity. So I see time is up, and so I want to give a concluding remark on securing these systems, that thinking about securing the systems is no longer optional. It is foundational to achieving long-term prosperity, sovereignty, and inclusive development. So we need to really work together, collaborate, and ensure that our systems are secured. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Ruth. Very good. Please, let's see now. Now we're moving on to another session, which is private sector panel discussion on enhancing RSDI security and risk-taking in investment. So let's start with Sorry, could we start with Kenya Association of Manufacturers? Francis Vito, please. 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Kevit and the esteemed panelists. I have 5 minutes. We have a short presentation for KAM, kindly. So as the presentation comes on, in the interest of time, allow me to introduce Kenya Association of Manufacturers. So KAM is a BMO, Business Member Organization, that was founded in 1959 as a representative for value-add industries in the country. So we are at the center of fact-based policy advocacy to ensure that the business environment favors mostly local manufacturers. So our purpose is to create sustainable industrialization for the nation, and we do this for advocating for local manufacturing. So we have offices all across the country, and we work across the 13 industrial sectors as per the UNIDO classification. And this and the 14th one, which is services and consultancies, and these are just the services that support manufacturing. So with that brief introduction, I think I can head to the presentation kindly.
Can we have the slides, please?
Thank you. Okay, yeah. Okay, so I think the outline of our presentation is very simple. 4 major points, touching points. So about CAM, I think we've already done that. I won't spend time on that. We've mentioned our prosperity. Our purpose. So that is just to give you an indication of our membership distribution across the 14 sectors, as you can see, from chemical and allied, plastic and rubber, food and beverage, lead and footwear. I won't take time on that. Then membership distribution. Then this is important even leading up to our discussion today. So we have what we call Manufacturing Vision 20 by 30. This is in line with the government Vision 2030. But what we are saying is that we want to advocate for manufacturing growth from the current 7.5 in 2024 to 20% by 2030. Dr. Kevit and all of us can agree that this is a very tall order, but we are really advocating for the policies that will help us in that. So, and this, I am from research and what we call sector deep dives. We've been able to prove that it will be able to create 1 million jobs from the different sectors. There's a lot of research that has gone into that, which we've published from the current 200,000 jobs. 200 jobs. So manufacturing is the second largest formal employer, after government. So obviously the informal sector is the largest employer in the country. And this will translate from 8.5 billion in terms of GDP contribution to 50 billion to the same period. So for our focus, I won't take time because also of the time constraints. So global competitiveness, export-led growth, SME development, and agriculture for industry, A4I. I was excited when Professor was talking about this. So see, why is research, science, technology, and innovation, security, and risk-taking on investment significant? So very quickly, it secures knowledge-driven industrial and private sector processes and protects IP, intellectual property. It also minimizes losses from cyber threats and research sabotage, and it builds institutional trust among public, private, and international partners. So the impact of RSTI on investment confidence from a private sector perspective, it's that once we have reliable RSTI systems, we reduce uncertainty and attract long-term investment. And then it also encourages high-risk, high-reward innovation ventures through safeguarding and predictable policy environments. Quickly, I want to take a case study from one of our sector deep dives that we've done. So if the right RSTI or the right regulatory frameworks and research is amongst that, is put into place, just the case for automotive sector, one of the sectors, we've been able to see that the automotive sector will be able to contribute to up to 6 to 10% of the national GDP. Then also there will be an upward growth of around 17% up to with the target being 2030, with especially with the motorcycle subsector with around 260 units motorcycle units produced. So a very interesting finding is that also there's a projected 9.6 compounded annual growth on returns on Kenya motor vehicle exports. So this is basically either assembled exports or any other parts that go to the assembly line. And then obviously the EV transition, there is, if the right RSTI policies are put in place, we are looking at a projected 324 EV jobs. So EV will be a big employer should this be put into place. So we have again a case study from one of our members, Rome Electric. Most of us may know that as we head towards a conclusion. So key findings from actually a study they did is that in 2023, Rome Electric was able to inject 3 million USD in consumer spending. That is in their on Rome bikes. They were able to produce 477 bikes. And to this, 193 direct employment at the company, and then 230 employment along the value chain, because it's not just about the manufacture and assembling of the bikes, but also the vertical integration of the same. And then this also means that if we have the right RSTI policies from just what is already happening, it means for each a ratio of 1:1, for each direct job at Rome, another job is supported elsewhere in Kenya. So let's look what happens if this is supported to 2030. We've projected this to 2030, that is the local manufacturing scenario. We will be, Rome will be able to at least have a consumer spending of 438 million USD, 125,800 bikes produced locally. And this means that 935 people directly employed, 20,400 employment opportunities within the value chain. And look at that exponential growth, 1 to 22, a ratio of 1 to 22. For every one direct job created within this subsector at Rome specifically, 22 other jobs are being supported. And we've not even talked about an estimated 0.15% contribution to the Kenyan GDP. So this is an actual case study with the projections that we've been able to do. So with such case studies, we are able to encourage risk-taking in research, science, technology, and innovation. And what we are finding out is that there are certain risks that obviously come with innovation, and we are seeing some regulatory gaps within the research space. And then the fear of IP loss. I'm happy to hear this was already discussed in the previous days of the conference. And then what we are also suggesting is de-risking mechanisms like regulatory clarity, innovation, insurance. This is one area that could be, it's also an innovation in itself, and PPPs are in creating a thriving ecosystem. So our last slide is on our call to action. As private sector, we want to be very pragmatic. We want to be very practical. So we want to encourage sector-specific R&D tax credits for private sector players. You can see one company, what the potential of one company that is involved in good research and innovation practices, what that does to the economy. How about having tax credits for such players within the private sector? And then having joint research programs within the private sector, as well as obviously with academia and government, and also having these private sector players in the advisory research committees, maybe even within ACOSTI. We, for example, at CAM, we have a whole PRAO section, which is Policy, Research and Advocacy Unit, where we have very good resource. These are people who could sit in these advisory research committees to support research priorities and policy making. Therefore, in conclusion, a secure RSTI ecosystem that builds trust and will encourage local and foreign investment and reduces innovation attrition is very essential to our country. Thank you so much. Asante.
Thank you, Francis. Thank you very much, Mr. Francis Vita. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, CAM is one of the most serious private sector organizations, consisting of 800 industries plus as members throughout Kenya. Now, I'd like to ask the final speaker, Dr. Benson Okita, the Director for Eastern African Hub, the Weiss Academy, the Nature University of Bern, to present, please.
Thank you very much. I would ask the tech team to put my presentation up. Before I can go into my short presentation, I would like to say that I am representing Dr. Ben Okita. My name is Richard Kiaka. I'm the head of research at the Hub East Africa of the Weiss Academy at the University of Bern. And I would like just to reflect on this topic, very important topic, using some key points as I will show in my slide. First, I would just want to perhaps bring to your attention what the Weiss Academy for Nature means and stand for. We are a Swiss foundation which is incorporated here in Kenya, and globally we work together with in 4 hubs. Hub Bern, that's a city in Switzerland. In Peru, we call it Hub South America, and Hub Southeast Asia in Laos, and then we also have Hub East Africa based here in Kenya and in Madagascar. All together, we work to look at, or we vision to see a just and sustainable world in which conservation of nature and human well-being are mutually coexisting or beneficial, benefiting each other. Therefore, to put it in very briefly, we work for the coexistence of nature and people. To get into this important topic, I would first of all want to appreciate the leading role that Kenya is playing in innovation. And I came to realize this not so long ago when I participated in research. I began to be bombarded with terms such as the silicon. Kenya is a silicon savannah. Kenya is a leader in fintech in East Africa, or even in Africa more broadly. So that Kenya is leading, and yet at the same time, this fits in some paradox, in the sense that we are in, as we continue to keeps coming, how secure can we make security of our innovation, of our security, and one is then and also the fear of slow impact. Many a times research funding in research, financing institutions want to see very quick impact, or it has to succeed. Yet that is important, but we must also acknowledge that it is also possible that research can fail. But should we stop? If, for example, at the Weiss Academy for Nature, where we look at our the landscapes where we work in here in Kenya, is solutionscapes and also experiments. Yet we have we accept that if that impact fails to come, then it is also okay. We can learn from it. So it is important, therefore, to encourage that failure in such situations should not be seen as failure in policy,
but it's the cost that we must pay if we want to earn, if we want to get to inventions, if we want to get to a discovery. Okay. To move forward, I think I'll just skip some slides for the sake of time. There is also need when we get into the aspect of securing our innovations. This conference has been replete with discussions around IPs. Even if we will have the policies in IPs and we on IP, and we are happy and appreciate that NACOSTI is currently drafting the regulations that can guide research institutions in how they can have their own institutional IP policies. One thing that we must not forget about is to build a culture of secure and responsible innovation. And this culture should be seen in terms of equipping researchers on ethics and data responsibility, on IP management and commercialization skills, and in adopting entrepreneurial acumen. May I first emphasize just very briefly on the first one. If we go to many of our universities today, research ethics would only occupy, in many instances, occupy just a small section in research methods courses. Yet research ethics is indeed very important in innovations. But also, if we look at, I would like to encourage that research ethics should go beyond that and should also include how would the intellect preempted and look at from the very beginning. Therefore, I would like to mention here that we must train ethically and in a very fearless way. And that Kenya's innovation future will be defined not just by what we create, but how we build trusted collaborations. We must work whether with our foreign partners, but foreign partners who are also able to trust us and who we have discussions in the academic discourse of decolonizing research. And I think that discourse becomes more meaningful in the subject of securing research. And the North-South collaborations must be seen and must be taken in equal measure for the partners that are involved. And lastly, that we need to build secure, bold, and inclusive innovations. And here, our regulators, like, for example, NACOSTI, can play a very important role in guiding research institutions in developing their IP policies and creating platforms where knowledge and further exchanges can occur. And therefore, researchers, industry, and government interactions, collaborations, it is key. Yet at the same time, we must also ensure.
Thank you indeed. Exceptional presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now really out of time. We are attending the presenters on an individual basis, if there are any questions, and or at a later date using email addresses and so on. So I'd like to once again thank all the presenters, and now go to the gift ceremony. Thank you. And who would be giving the gift? Okay, fine. Please come forward to receive a gift. Thank you.
All right, we are in the last session for today. Professor Masharubu, come up here. I know you're through here. The one and the one, please come up. And Engineer Karaoke. This session is going to be looking at intellectual property, technology transfer, collaboration, and commercial systems. Okay, Godfrey is missing. You'll find us ongoing. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm going to give each one of you 10 minutes to give the reflection of what you think, and then from there you can go to Q&A. Starting with Madam Janet Kisio, I know I start with you. You'll be the first to give your presentation.
Good afternoon. Yes, I was told to present about acquisition of intellectual property. And I think I had said that my presentation is going to be very brief. Don't worry, Professor. My presentation is going to be very brief because already I saw it was the timer and they can't so much. And when you consider intellectual property in your business, when you want to do your business, please do not, I know most of you, you are just interested with patenting alone, but actually patenting cannot stand alone. It is a bundle, you know, it's a bucket full of IP property inside there, which as a business person, you're supposed to use all those IP. And I had said, I always like using, I don't know whether it's not clear, I always like using this flow chart, which is the innovation generation process. And usually the first thing for a researcher like you, it is the identification in the lab. You start from the market. So you have to identify an opportunity outside there. The person who came up with M-Pesa, station, and you go and wait for your mandate to arrive so that you can now send somebody you trust to your village. So that person identified that problem. It does not mean that there was no electronic money transfer before. It was there because you used to transfer money from one bank to another one. So it was there. It is only that now the person was advancing that technology. So once you identify that opportunity, the issue is you think, how are you going now? You are seeing the opportunity. So how are you brainstorm either within yourself or within your colleagues. How are you going to solve, how can you solve these problems? And that is now when you come up with that idea. That idea now which you want to take to the lab. Oh, sorry, I said my name is Janet. I'm a deputy director. Okay, I'm a manager, trademarks. Before I used to be a patent examiner. So once you identify that, when you come up with that, the idea you want to generate, I ask you please, before you go to the lab, consult the patent documentation. Because there is no need of you to start now coming up with a technology only to discover that it's already there in the market and already somebody has protected it, or it is already outdated technology. So first of all, there's something we call state-of-the-art search. And you go either, nowadays we have the patent documentation, or there's also the non-patent documents where in database where you can go and search and you discover the latest technologies which are there. So that now you start from, I'm being told somebody has come up with an aeroplane, and the aeroplane is using a normal metal. That metal. And nowadays, you know the technology you are talking about, it is there. And that you do it by doing state-of-the-art search. So from the search, from there now, once you discover where in the field you are trying to invent, where it has reached, then now you can go and invent. Before you start doing many things, and I want to warn you, the academia, I know you like publishing. But you know, here in published, it is already in the public domain. You cannot, you know, as we give you 12 months so that you can come back and now file protected. Then it means there they won't protect you because your own publication will kill the novelty of your invention. File your patent. The first thing you file is the patent because the patent you have to preserve the novelty. Then from there, now, if you already developed the prototype, before you roll the sign, the trademark, the branding, and then how am I going to package my product? That is, if you have a food product, how are you going to package it? It's a manual, which is actually, it's like a book. That one is protected under copyright. So I'm telling you, you cannot just run with the patent alone. You know you have to learn when all of them, you launch your product, then that is, you make sure you have all those IPs. If you have a problem with preparing them at KIPI, we are actually there for you, especially for patent, utility model, industrial design. Copyright is not a challenge as such because in actual sense it's supposed to automatic. Although the Kenyan law has allowed for you to file. So after that, then you launch your product in the market. However, if you discover that your prototype is not product, your invention again. So now you are aware of the paperclip. It was an electronic engineer. You can see it was invented long time ago, 1899, and up to now, I'm sure in your offices that gadget is still there. That pin, which you could not do so much. Patent office. How he managed to file it in the US and in Germany, and they protected it. Now, with the time, people discovered there was this invention was silent. When the M-Pesa came into use in Kenya, we noticed that there were so many challenges. Like sometimes you could send to the wrong person with this system. And he said, in most cases, I'm sending to somebody, and then when I send somebody, in the next 2 minutes, already the person has withdrawn the money. Ama has transferred to another MP. To the next one. Because the clip, that clip, which was a paper clip, could only hold only 20 pieces of paper. So imagine somebody, those days there was no digital, saving your manuscript in digital or whatever, or your research, you always used to file it in paper forms. So how will you keep 200 papers together? It means you'll have like 20. You'll say that the father was actually a writer. So when you're a writer, you have so many manuscripts. So he was having problem. He could not use that paper clip. And then now he had to come up with a design. Now he came with I think you have seen this one, especially this one is very common with the lawyers and researchers before. But for now, it's also facing another challenge because there is a digital saving of data. However, the owners, those who came up with this one, they have also come up with a new use. The new use is like when I go, I buy my chips or I buy my drugs, they are able to clip it with it, depending on the size you are using it. So that is another use. This one will not die, neither as the paperclip died for all those many years. So I have also noted that many university researchers and the institutes, most of their research actually is more, they build on traditional knowledge. So those traditional knowledge, yes, our law does not deny you any protection as long as it meets the 3 criteria. What are the 3 criteria? It must be new. It should not have been there in the, when I bring that invention to the IP office, it should be new. And you must have advanced the technology in that. Even if now it will be your prior art, which you are basing on, will be now the traditional knowledge you knew from our forefathers. And then it must be industrially applicable. So why do you think that it's very important to file this IP, your IP, whether it's patents, utility model? Because like if you are using a technology, which is public domain, then most likely you'll only file for trademark and they have to decide because you'll only go for those packaging. It means if I'm an investor and I'm coming to see your technology, then it means I will have to know, first of all, how many IPs do you have? And the thing you are selling to me, is it already protected? Otherwise, when I started mass producing it, there will be so many people in Kariobangi also doing the same thing, and then I'll lose business. So that is the reason why you should file your IP, and it's also very easy to enforce because when you go to the court, One thing you ask is, this is my worry about those people who are doing it at all. Yeah. And I think because as long as you do, because they are not good, it's not because they are not used a platform to sell skills so that you can have, come up. The thing is, you don't expect the researcher, after doing all that work in the lab, also to work and do the scouting in those other, laboratories. Please, you need to have an IP management office so that the person in the IP management office can work to all the departments that are doing research, and they are able to access all the innovations which are going on there, and they will be able to advise the university accordingly, and also the university will also help the inventor to carry the burden of protection. Thank you so much. I said I will not stay for long.
Thank you very much. I think now we have Professor Masharab come and give your short presentation.
Okay, thank you, moderator. May I request the IT people to project my short presentation. Yeah, while waiting for the projection of the presentation, yeah, I noticed from my previous presentation, from the previous speaker that, yes, academia, we like to publish, yes. Why? Yes, we have to publish, not to perish, but also to flourish, to advance in our career. But we have also the mandate to contribute to social impact, not only academic impact, scientific impact. Very important. Please, IT people. Yeah. No, not yet. Still waiting for my presentation. Yeah, they have my presentation since a while, since the morning. Yes. Maybe they didn't follow the agenda, possibly. No. I sent to Dennis. Dennis. Yes. But I can continue anyway. While waiting for the presentation to be displayed, they can continue. We raised that through the East African community for which I work, we didn't have an harmonized framework to manage IP. That's why ISTECO developed a regional IP policy to guide partner state in the IP management. Of course, partner states are called to domesticate that regional IP, even if for some partner states we found that they don't have IP policy. And also across our institutions, beginning by our universities, some of them don't even have an office in charge of IP management, which is also a gap to be filled. Yeah, please. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. I got time to introduce me this morning. I'm not going to introduce me once again, but just to inform you that I am a bioengineer by education. Yeah, my presentation is outlined as follows. Just an introduction, the key drivers for the regional IP developed by STECO. I'll go through the IP description and the strategies for its implementation before concluding, of course, after bringing you through the SWOT analysis. Yeah, the context. Why? Yes, we assume that IP fosters innovation and trade, and also promotes regional integration and development. Another assumption is that IP supports the community vision by advancing knowledge and technology. What are the key drivers for the regional IP policy developed by STECO and which was officially launched last year in Nairobi? Are based on the economic integration, which is also one of the goals of the community. We have also the promotion of the STI through strengthening regional STI ecosystems. We have also the challenges to be achieved, to be addressed by implementing the IP policies, and these are limited infrastructures which are found across our partner state. We have also inadequate human capital development, also weak enforcement and low public awareness. There's a lot of work to be done. Just these are the cover pages of the policy for IP, and also another strategy related to the technology transfer, which are available online through STECO platform. The policy has a vision, mission, and goals like other strategic or policy documents. Right, it is bound. Okay. The overall objective. The overall objective of the regional IP policy is to create a dynamic, vibrant, and balanced IP system across AEC partner state. We have also a set of operational objectives. Maybe low battery, I don't know. Yes, next slide. It's okay. It takes time. We have also the following operational objectives: to strengthen the IP infrastructure for innovation and enforcement, to develop skilled human resources in the IP value chain, to promote awareness and education, and also to drive local technology innovation and commercialization. As a strategies, the first one is to harmonize our legal framework for the region. Now we have a tool harmonized, but as I said before, as I stated before, partner states have to align and maybe revise or domesticate the regional policy. We have also capacity building. We have also incentives. This is to bring on board the private sector by providing with them incentives, maybe through tax exemption or some facilitation, or to reduce procedures. You know, also with bureaucracy, this is also another challenge which limits our efforts in terms of IP exploitation. We have also to note for education, we are called to integrate IP education into our national curricula in the industries. I am happy to be together with leaders from academia here. Yeah, the SWOT analysis that we conducted, as highlighted before, showed that in some partner states, not all, we have IP policies which are not harmonized. As weakness, we noted inadequate infrastructure, low awareness, and weak enforcement. As opportunity, we noted regional and global partnership for capacity building. We may even lay on support from our partners beyond our region. As freight, we have counterfeiting, fake products, or piracy, and the political reluctance to prioritize IP. Those are the key threats that we inventoried. To conclude, yes, we have the legal framework which needs to be implemented properly in our partner states. And as a takeaway, you should note that IP, the intellectual property rights, play a critical role by incentivizing creativity, by enabling technology transfer, and by facilitating value addition to economic transformation. A call before ending my presentation is to encourage cross-border collaboration. Collaboration is the key, and also resource mobilization and investment in the IP systems. Thank you for your attention. Chair, asante. Nadhani kwamba hakukawia.
Asante sana.
Asante.
All right. Engineer Karaoke, come and take your minutes and take us through one or two.
I had some slides, so maybe the technical team. Some slides. Good afternoon. I don't know whether it is evening now. It's almost becoming evening. But let's stick to the afternoon. My name is Karaoke, just like I have been said, Engineer BK Karaoke. Most of the people you refer to me as Engineer BK. So if you are my friends, maybe the short of my name is Engineer BK. Yesterday, I promised to come with some slides because there was a gentleman, a young man who was seated in the third row, and I wanted that by the time he goes home, he takes away something. He has got a take home in form of slides. And one of the things that I had said or had discussed was, one of the things that I said is that I had defined intellectual property. And you can see there, when we talk of intellectual property, all what we are saying is the overarching of the words brain, mind, and whatever is intellect. And we use the intellect to think. And that thinking is driven by new knowledge and all those things that are captured down there to produce or to create and produce things which are useful and beneficial to you and society. The society is the bigger name, because you have to have empathy. You cannot innovate if you do not have empathy. I think the most important thing in that slide is that thing on the left, which is written, don't be a consumer or you arrive. Africa, if we do not now get and take intellectual property very seriously, we risk being consumers the rest of our life. And there are all efforts which are put in place to ensure we remain there as consumers. And we are not producing, we are not selling to anybody, and we are not assisting ourselves, we remain there. So intellectual property is something that we should consider very seriously. So that is why I have to emphasize that. Now, when we talk of intellectual property, because I feel like in my interactions, it's like it is taken to be a very hard thing. I don't know whether you know, when you are seated down here, you are part of the intellectual property assets of your own institutions. The know-how that you have in your mind that can make you do certain things is part of it, as important, that is managed by your institution, by maybe including forming what we call communities of practitioners. I think I've only met one institution in this country which has got that. You can see all the others, including the songs, like the ones the Kayaba fellows were dancing to here. I hope they were not, they did not sing anybody's song to more than 50 people here, because they are likely to be taken to court by the owners. So those are the things. You can see traditional knowledge there, indigenous knowledge. Most of the innovations, in most cases, you be derived from traditional knowledge. Traditional knowledge is not witchcraft. It's knowledge developed and sustained in communities. That's what basically traditional knowledge means. We have lost a lot of it in this country because it's not documented. Maybe, I don't know, for whatever reasons. Universities which are based in the rural areas, maybe they need to help us to document that knowledge so that when people try to file for patents, they are stopped. They are told that knowledge is in the public domain. When it comes to intellectual property rights, because all those, the intellectual property is protected through various rights. You can get various rights that I said yesterday, which is just like a title deed for a piece of land. And there are intellectual property rights given to those, granted to those people who invent, those people who go to the lab and come up with formulations, processes, and the products like machines, or that kind of a thing, or people, those people who go to the labs. Then there is another form of rights awarded to people who create. Let's say like the singers, people who are industrial designers. And that one, all what you need is your brain. You don't need to go to a lab anywhere. But you can see they are in this category of industrial designs, trademarks, geographical indications, copyrights, and things like that. So there are two types of intellectual property rights. The one that relates to people who go to the lab to do research, and the other one relating to people who just sit down and think. And you can see, I said South Korea actually opted first of all to go for industrial design, and that is how they made their money. All the students we have, or the people who are in school, let's say in the basic education, they can engage with the ones arising from creativity because they don't do research. If you talk of a phone can, if you look at your phone is protected through different kind of rights. All those are rights which protect a phone. You can see there are trademarks, patents, copyrights, trade secrets. So one invention can actually be protected through very many kind of different kind of things. My presentation has to do with what can we do to reverse the raw numbers of IP registration in Africa. I have got those statistics there which are picked from WIPO. And these ones are relating to 2023. They are always rated by 1 year, so we don't have the one for 2024. And you can see as far as the patent filing is concerned, in that year, 3.5 million people filed for their rights. They filed for their rights for products and processes or formulations which they had come with, which can actually be a potential to an industry. And you can see Africa, from all the offices in Africa, national IP offices, the total was 21,500, presenting 0.7%. 2022, I think it was 0.6%, so a bit of improvement. And we have been around that figure of 0 point something. When people look at these figures, they first wonder whether there is any research that goes on in Africa or whether we are engaged in intellectual activities. So these numbers are pretty bad. And these numbers have been a concern all the way from 2010, firstly by the Association of African Universities, which tried to encourage universities to including create IP offices. I think around that time, Bonde Jayquat formed an office. No other person did that. And then African Union came in and they sent some of us, including to South Korea, to go and see how people do things, and we came back. When it comes to utility model, you can see utility model is a raw version of a patent, which is protectable for 10 years, because it has not met one criteria called inventive step. You can see again in Africa, in 2023, there were 3.1 people who filed, 3.1 million. Only 740 came from Africa, representing 0.02%. The other one is industrial design. Industrial design, again, in the same year, 1.5 million people filed, Only 17,000 came from Africa, representing 1.1%. For trademarks, and all these ones which I'm mentioning are administered by KIPI. That is the body mandated to do that. The agency mandated by the government to do that. For trademarks, you can see total was 15 million. 290 was from 290,000 from Africa, and that represents 1.9. If you look at each of these, you find Asia is leading all the time. Asia is leading all the time. If you go to the patterns again, you can see it follows on the others. You look at the others, they are either 98%, 60-something%, which means there are a lot of activities, the variance. And you can, of the two, you can tell me the one which is advanced, which has got a better economy. Then utility model, you find that Kenya at that time, 341, trademark 6,000 and 22, then industrial design 158. One of the things that I said is a big problem within Africa, and that is something which has been discussed in many forums, is how you do a patent document. A patent document is a difficult kind of a thing as far as we are concerned. And you can see it is not a big deal. What we are saying is that in a patent document, before you go to KIPI to present your application, you must reduce your research results into this. You must have a title of the invention, statement of the technical field of invention, background of invention, summary of invention, their disclosure, detailed description of the invention, including the best embodiment. Then description of the drawings, industrial application, then the legal aspect of that document is the claims. That has been one of the things that is contributing to the raw numbers in Africa, because very few universities, very few research institutions can manage to do that document. Now, we have to think of reasons of how we can reverse those raw numbers. And that is why I'm here. One of the reasons why we have got raw statistics is poor IP culture, which is driven by awareness, raw IP awareness. And is evidenced by the following things. Lack of policy on IP generated in basic education. We have got those people who are in the basic education, although they do not do research, we see them going for music festivals, drama festivals, science and engineering fairs. What happens to that knowledge? What happens to the IP arising from those activities? Nobody in this country has got a policy of harnessing that one. And I can tell you for sure, because I tried to engage the ministry sometimes, and they told me there's no policy on that. Then there is lack of capture of IP generated by students in higher education. Let's say when they do final year projects, they do masters and PhD. When they are presenting or when they are defending their thesis, you rarely find an IP officer. An IP, somebody with IP understanding, seated in the panel so that they can say, I think there's something new there that needs to be captured. So there are so many people who are graduating with the masters and PhD and even the other graduates. And so if we do not pick those numbers, the numbers will always be low. That is both for Kenya and Africa as a whole, apart from North and South Africa. Let me put that whatever. Then national IP granting agencies are based in the capital, and they have no branches at the county level, either at the county level or regional level. How do we reverse this? We need to develop a policy to guide on management of IP generated in the basic education. We need to introduce IP training or education at primary school level, like they do in Korea. South Korea, some of the things I'm mentioning here will be mentioned in Standard 5, but here they will be mentioned not even in the university. Then we make it a requirement for universities, research institutions to develop and implement IP management policies and to ensure that IP offices are represented during final year project presentations, and they should be there during master's and PhD thesis events. Then create an agency whose sole responsibility will be promotion of inventiveness and innovativeness throughout the country, like you find in Japan or South Korea. That kind of awareness is not created by the AKIPI. The AKIPI, which is called JPO, concentrates on protection of IP, but there are some other fellows, another institution, which is given a budget to go around the country talking to people about IP. It goes to houses, it goes to every forum to tell people about IP. That's not the case with us. Right now, the responsibility of awareness is at AKIPI, ACA, and Kenya. And I don't think it is properly funded such that, in most cases, that is one thing which is neglected. Then before the IP granting agencies, at least to the regional levels. Finally, because I know I'm almost being chased by Professor, the other one is lack of well-structured and resourced IP management offices in the universities and research institutions. There should be, let's not leave it to you can do it or not do it. Let's legislate on the creation of technology transfer offices in research institutions and universities. Right now is you can do it or not do it. It's a matter of choice. Provide resources, HR and financial support to the TTOs for at least the first 10 years. They cannot survive. The universities will not be able to resource those TTOs if they are left on their own. Maybe we need funding from Treasury straight to a TTO for at least 10 years, like Japan did when they found that they were not getting much from the universities. They put it in law, and they made sure they seconded staff from Japanese patent office to ensure that those facilities are created and they are run properly. Then we need to form collaborate with YI organizations like WIPO to build capacity on IP management. As I've said, for you to get a patent, you'd have to draft a patent. Once it goes to keep it, they'll throw it back to you with some comments, and then you have to prosecute. It's called a prosecution process. There are very few people in this country who can prosecute a patent document, apart from offices which are able, right now, the office at JIQuat. To beef up the numbers, WIPO has actually introduced a program called AIP, which is Inventor Assistant Program, which has got frontiers like myself, who are assisting those people who have got difficulties in getting unable to do patent drafting. Then we should ensure that TTOs created and supported by the government are accessible to inventors, innovators, communities outside the institutions. And I think with that, I'm through. Thank you very much.
Give him a clap. Last but not least, I think my colleague Godfrey is coming. You got your 5 minutes to tell us where to go.
Yeah, thank you. I can use this. Just to indicate that I was actually in the other session talking about matters IP. So I'll try to summarize what has been said and allow me to build on the consultant's presentation. Dr. Nsando, thanks for that presentation. I'm looking at IP as an economic tool. I don't know whether we have mentioned, but globally, solution, so that we can play in the world. So just to add on what was presented by the consultant, before you get into, we have mentioned soap, but how many people are selling soap? Are you going to differentiate yourself so that you target a different market? Otherwise, as an institution, when you start, you see you as different. Are you having a different essential oil? Right now we have dawa. It tastes different everywhere. Can you come up with a unique one, which honey from Busia? What are we looking at? The geographical indication. The one from Baringo maybe has qualities which are not available in the other one. Of course, we also doubt whether the one from Kiambu is honey. But the question is, would you stop bees in Kiambu from making honey? So those are the questions, because geographical indication is a major IP. So when we look at the Potter's 5 forces, You look at the number of players in the market. You look at the supplier power. Yeah, power. Who is going to buy from you? If you have very few customers, you're also in trouble. Right? The threat of substitutes. Can I do without your product? And look for a substitute which is cheaper. And of course, new entrants. The first people to operate with simu ya jamii, those who are a bit older, made a lot of money until when everybody had simu ya jamii. The first people to come with the border in this country, right? Border means across the border, Kenya, Uganda. But the ones who came with the motorcycles, they made money until right now everybody can invest in a border. So you can stay with it and make very little in a day. So the business aspect is key. So as a country, how do we progress? I know awareness has been mentioned. I hope in this room we don't have somebody who is imagining that Kiondo was patented in Japan. Because the first question should be that, is it patentable? And when you patent, how long does it last? It's 20 years, so when was it patented? For you to patent, there's the criteria, which the expert will tell you. It must be new in the world, inventive step, and it must have industrial application. So some things we say, and then we say, M-Pesa ni yetu, sindio? Why can't the gentleman who came up with M-Pesa come up with an app for us to share bundles now that he came up with M-Pesa? Why can't your phone be put next to mine and it transfers the charge? We still have many areas to innovate because the story of M-Pesa, which is Kenyan, somebody wrote a concept, they came to this country, they worked with women groups, and the challenge was the time they were closing their businesses to go and repay their small loans. So the idea was built on that, and that's why M-Pesa is built on Mulika Mwizi, because they were trying to sort out a problem. And a real innovation will be above policy and regulatory framework. When M-Pesa came, the Ministry of Finance almost banned it because they did not understand whether the money is in the phone or is with somebody else. So sometimes for you to really be successful, go beyond policy and regulatory framework. Because for you to get the new grounds, you must forget what we have. So awareness is key. Enforcement is another one, of course, the counterfeits and other things. Commercialization of R&I. And allow me to go back to the good consultant. You have things on the shelf. Who told you that those things were required in the market? Why can't you go to the market, get the market needs, then come back? If possible, involve the private sector in development of your concept, so that there is a market. Otherwise, you do your research, you think it is very good, but that is in your eyes, right? Itakaa hapo, then you complain the government is doing nothing, right? The next aspect is capacity development. It's not just about the IP offices, the TTOs. It is also about the IP offices. How do we progress? Last week, the Director General, World Intellectual Property Organization, was in Kenya, and we attended one of the forums. Of course, the Director General is excited about the merger of IP offices. Other officers will have different aspects. But the aspect is you cannot talk about a patent without talking about the packaging of your product, the aesthetic value. You may have a very good process, a functional, but if it looks ugly, you are in trouble, right? With all due respect to the universities which participated in the development of the ventilator. You remember during COVID? They attempted, but the team was only made of engineers. And it has been said that the gadget was so ugly that if you are dying, nobody will put it here. You know, you need some good design so that it gives me hope before you put a ventilator on my... Now, policy and regulatory framework at regional level, I think my friend has mentioned, we have the regional IP policy. Nationally, it is at public participation. The manager from KIPI can share with you so that you give your view. But at institutional level, it is key because you must have a way of administering that IP at institutional level. going to have an office? Are you going to have a committee? Are you going to have a manager? And then ownership. It must be clear who owns what. And then your strategies. Are you going to manufacture industrial products when you are in medical research? So you must have that. So the policy is important, and there is a guide on that policy development in the STI and Act, and the KIPI and even NACOSTI has been assisting institutions to come up with that. Of course, the other aspect is that in the era of artificial intelligence, what happens? If a robot came up with some IP, who owns the IP? As far as life is concerned now, it is the natural person, right? It will be very difficult to assign IP to. But of course, we need strategies and policies. My only request is that as a country, or even in our institution, we need to audit the policies that we have, because sometimes we waste a lot of time developing the policy. The national IP policy, Madam Janet will agree, we started in 2008. How many years later? We got a consultant from WIPO, Kikaumana, so we are back. But will life wait for us? No. So with those very many words, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Godfrey. Very good. I think we have heard from our panelists. Now we're going to react to their presentations. But before then, I just want them to tell us, when did the rain start beating us? We have all these policies and IPs. Why haven't we taken value for this IP? Where is the problem? Because I think for the last 10 years, we speak the same thing. We go to an institution with 2008, we are campaigning for IPs. Still, we are finding ourselves in the same spot. Why aren't we seeing the value for this IP? Just each one of you to react to that, then we can move from there.
Okay. As you say, these talk about IP and the number of IPs which have been generated has been with us for some time. Now, I think one of the problem was first of all, to get even to understand what we had. One, if you look at, let's say, most of the universities, including the intellectual properties that they have, arose from, not really from need-driven things, need-driven research. These were motivated by maybe need for somebody to acquire a paper and then get promotion. So publish and then get promotion. So they were not driven by the need. And at that time, around that time, I think there wasn't much push about including commercialization of intellectual property. So most of the IPs that are in the universities are in that category. They are in a category called technology push. You would have to push them. And they require a lot of money, vast amounts of money to push them into the market. Now, the shift should be from now that any research which is done is need-driven. It should be need-driven because the problems are there near the universities. If you look at most of the universities which are placed in the rural landscape, there are problems in those places. And they can straight away solve problems. And out of those problems, some of them, the IP can arise. And it is very easy to push an IP which resulted from a need-driven thing. Anything to do with technology push, a lot of money is required. Let me give you an example. The other week, we went to one of the agencies. My office went to one of the agencies, a government agency that is supposed to help in commercialization. They have picked one of them. They shifted through about 40-something, and they said, I think this one is good. And then they said, you come, we negotiate, we talk. When we landed there, they said, do you have an IP on this one? Yes, we have an IP. Do you have a prototype on it? No, we don't have. How much do we need for that prototype? $1 million for that prototype. They said, that one is not on our site. You first of all go and come back with your IP plus the prototype, then we are going to continue. So the university has to now shoulder a burden of $1 million. So that we can bring that to a prototype. But it is an interesting one which those guys are interested in pushing to the market. They will not be worried of how much they are going to use on that other side. You know that Fari people talk of Fari of death or something like that. They don't want to deal with this side of the Fari. They want to deal with this other side of the Fari. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, moderator. I think initially the issue of IP was not well understood by Kenyans until very late. And we began, you know, it is the Cameron, the invention of Cameron, which triggered the IP, the intellectual property law to be enacted in Kenya. And it's like everything was rushed through. In the real sense, when you are starting with something, you should start with the policy, which we never started with the policy, and the policy should have given the guideline. For now, we have been having that policy being developed for so many years, but I think this time, with the help of the universities and other institutions, I think we are going to the next stage of public participation, and I'm inviting all the institutions presented here, please participate and let it move forward. There's also the issue, yes, I do agree that the issue of having several IP offices, it has also been for me a challenge. Because it's like when it was first prodded, the development of national IP policy, there was also the pull and push among the IP. And then now, you know, they are not under one ministry. So that you can say the minister will push it. They are also under different ministries. So it comes to a time when it says which minister is going to take it to the cabinet. And you know, also take it cabinet, it needs resources. Actually, that was the problem. And I think now, yes, so I think now, if you are in one voice, especially the universities, who are the lead researchers, if you are in one voice, and I think we have worked with you, and many of you have actually established an IPM office. Already many of them have them. Some of them are very effective, and others have been gone ahead and developed their own institutional IP policy. If you are having an institutional IP policies, it's very important that you push for the national one, because the national one, you know, even those who are not willing will be bound by those by the national IP policy. And then there is also the issue of which has been it was passed in the law 2017, but it's like there is no regulations. The issue of collateral. You use the IP as a collateral. And you know, Engineer Karaoke, you can only use IP as a collateral if it depends on which stage it is. If you have gone through the prototype and it shows it works, most likely most banks will accept and will give you money. But when it is just in the paper, I'm sure not so many banks will be willing to take that risk. Even most investors will not want to take that risk. So I feel this is the right forum so that they can push for so many things, which now should move forward and make, you know, there are so many inventions which are lying in the universities. There are so many inventions which are lying with the young people. Please, let's just hold hands and then now we move things forward.
Yeah, thank you. I think that was a good question. I think one of the challenges that we have is the aspect of valuation of IP in this country. And the other aspect is related to awareness, because if you keep your IP as a title deed and it's a patent, and you forget that after 20 years, anybody is going to utilize it. So sometimes it may be out of not being aware that you actually need to commercialize what you have. The other aspect is success stories. One Kenyan had to go to Olympic, whether it was bare. So the question is, who will be this first Kenyan to demonstrate, or the first university to demonstrate that you are making money out of IP? Of course, what was mentioned by the consultant is also true. Not all IPs are valuable. In fact, you will be lucky to get 2 commercial products out of 100 patents. So we need a starting point. Thank you.
Thank you. Based on my experience, just quickly, 2 years ago, I attended a capacity building program on innovation, transformation, and the resilience for sustainable development at the Lund office in charge of IP management. And they have all the legal framework to protect even the idea, not the product or the process. They protect you from the ideation phase, and they provide assistance to mature that idea and to shape very well the idea. But at the first step, the idea that you bring is protected. Not only, not to be long. For ISTECO, we are now developing a strategy which aims at commercializing STI products, processes, and so on. So we are just developing a regional STI commercialization strategy. We do hope that it will be part of the solution vis-a-vis the IP management.
It is open now. I think we can allow 1 or 2 questions from the audience before we. It looks the moderator is going to start walking the mic. It looks like everybody slept.
Comments about IP. Now, the challenge that some of us seeing, even as we respect what Kenya is doing for itself, it's higher, barely viable. And I want to hear from ISTECO. It's an East African, it's the ESC community institution. Like other and getting nowhere, you're not viable. It's very factual. Even Kenya does very well. What's Rwanda doing? What's Uganda doing? What's Somalia doing? How can you survive a collaborative regional approach for many of these things? Is there a framework for ISTECO to or system that everybody buys into? I know it's hard with military, with economy, with everybody wanting to hold their own flag up high.
Mine is not a question, it's an answer to his problem. One of the biggest problems at AU level, no, I'm talking of AU now. At AU level, there are a lot of frameworks, policy frameworks, that are African in nature, Pan-African. They have been researched, they have been written, and they have even been approved by Council of Ministers. But no country is taking any of those frameworks. Why? Because of sovereignty. Africans are really full of, this is my thing. Yeah, this is my country. And sovereignty is killing development continentally. Yeah? Even at East African level, I was a regulator myself. Even at East African level, Kenya had a lead in phytosanitary, as you know, Prof. Phytosanitary and seed. Even the seed laws were way advanced. Instead of other people following, they were saying that is Kenyan. No, we are not interested. Sovereignty, that is the biggest problem.
The biggest enemy. Let the hear the question, then you guys can react to it.
My question is very simple, and it has to do with the ownership of intellectual property. We have Kenyans who have registered patents outside the country. But who do they belong to? Is there a way at the international level that a case can be made so that if there is a Kenyan who makes a particular discovery of a drug or whatever out there, that person genetically is ours. And therefore that discovery belongs to us. I would like for you to respond on that and to reflect on it because it's extremely important.
Next one, we are most closely keep some of the back.
Thank you. My name is Ben Okita. I work for WIS Academy for Nature. Now this one goes to, I think, mainly Kipi. And when I looked at the figures that Engineer BK, now you're my friend, that's why I refer to Engineer BK. Engineer BK presented, Africa is lagging behind in terms of the patents that we are trying to apply for. And what came to mind was looking at the requirements for patent registration. Is that also one of the maybe factors that could be dragging us behind those requirements that are easy to accomplish or fulfill, and to what extent does KIPI also support in processing them as fast as possible once somebody has made an application?
So the last one somewhere there, then we have this reaction. It's right here.
All right, thank you very much, the moderator and the presenters. My name is Peter Kuhn from the University of Nairobi. All right, first and foremost, I want to say that Kenya, we are lucky that we have the KIPI office. Actually, it's not easy to have these patent offices even within Africa. So probably that could be one of the factors that's affecting our numbers. But I would prefer that maybe next time we look at, we compare statistics of these IP rights in Africa, not just doing it, Kenya or Africa against the world. Because if you say probably just 2% of these IP rights probably go into business, then you look at the GDP growth in countries like those in Africa, then we just want to compare Africa and Africa, not Africa and the rest of the world. Because this is a very, patenting in WIPO, I think have like 6 patents under WIPO, but it is very expensive, even to prosecute those patents. Even if you do it in the US, it's very expensive. So for me, it's a good indicator when we are doing our strategic plans, but I think we should really concentrate in Africa and see how we can open offices, not just the Aripo one, which is in Zimbabwe. The other comment that I had on M-Pesa, probably Janet could help us in this as a patent examiner. I think we have been doing a blanket, reference to, technology such as M-Pesa. It is not necessarily a business method, because you need an operating system and you also need components of devices that are connected for M-Pesa to probably operate as an overdraft or be able to send money. There's a way it can be protected, not just as a business method. So probably, Janet, you can advise us on that. And if anything, there are countries out there that actually do business method protection. So my question is this one. Those were just comments, moderator. Sorry for taking time. There are innovations that actually start from market validation. Like for example, me in engineering, telecommunications, you know very well we work with standards. So if we say we are in 5G and we are going to 6G, already the market has been validated. We are saying we need this speed or we need this latency. So it is a requirement. Now, this is where the gap is, which we cannot solve, and you probably may want to help us. The standards are already known. We are working as engineers to get the best solution. Now, we get the best solution, we protect probably under KIPI first, as we wait for the 1 year for WIPO. And then within that time, we try to connect to the manufacturers. This is where main problem is. For me, in my research area, we need to connect to a manufacturer like Qualcomm that probably does the processors for new telecommunication phones. How do we connect to that manufacturer? I already have the patent. But the gap is the University of Nairobi does not have a competent technology transfer mechanism that is able to bring in IBM, Qualcomm and all the rest, Huawei, so that we are able to present these patents that we have within that time of 1 year. This is major. Thank you very much.
Okay, this is how guys gonna respond in any form, but we respond to those reactions.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to respond to the first question raised by the participant from the African Academy of Science. Yes. Okay. It is about the collaboration with a partner state. First of all, allow me to recall that through the treaty that established the East African Community and the protocol, the EAC Common Market Protocol, we have a provisions on the role of STI as a driver for socioeconomic transformation of the community. So ISTECO is mandated to coordinate and promote the regional STI effort. In that line, ISTECO collaborate with the partner state, mainly via the National Council or National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, like NACOSTI. And the CEOs, the Director General, Executive Secretary of such councils or commission are ex officio of the ISTECO governing board. Okay? And the other member of the governing board are appointed by the partner state. They are appointed by the ministries in charge of EAC affairs, and they are from various relevant stakeholders like academia, industry, civil societies, and other key relevant STI stakeholders, just to give you a highlight on how we operate in terms of collaboration with EAC partner states. Thank you.
Okay. To my friend at the back, I said one of the problems when you are fighting for a patent is, first of all, you have to do a patent document that you describe what is this invention you have come up with and how it can be practiced in the best way. There are very few people in this country who can do that document. People have gone to in most cases, they go to the lawyers. But when you go to the lawyers, because the lawyers will not understand the technology behind that patent, you have to contract somebody who understands. For instance, if you have come up with something where DNA, you have sequenced a DNA, most likely a lawyer will not understand how to draft that. So you resort to somebody, you go take somebody who understands DNA sequencing. And so in the process, the whole thing becomes very expensive, to the upwards of maybe 250,000 to draft. So anybody who has got something they want to protect and they want to go that route, immediately they hear that fee, they just stop it at that point. And so there is a lot of people, out there who would want to acquire patents, but they are stopped just by the figure. So what we need, as I said, is we need to empower universities and their IP offices. Because if we build capacity there, the people inside there should be able to do those patent drafting without a big cost, But once the document has left your desk, it has got the patent document, it has got the application form. The only other thing that will stop you is when KIPI starts now. You take it to KIPI, and KIPI takes it back to you. It tells you your document, your patent has been anticipated. Novelty has been killed by another patent which was filed a little bit earlier. That process again, or we call patent prosecution, it requires prosecutors who can do that. As for Professor Munavu, the only time you can actually to go to the direction that maybe you are suggesting is if somebody has created something using traditional knowledge. Traditional knowledge. That one for sure, we should actually be able. But the problem in most cases, as I pointed, most of our traditional knowledge has not been documented. You actually fight for that. If you have documented the traditional knowledge, you fight for now that fellow to be told to bring down to retrieve the patent, and you also file for other benefits and so on, like happened in South Africa. They are called Isanis. There are some people called Isanis. There is something they normally take, a vegetable they normally take when they go out there, which suppresses hunger. And then one of the institutions in South Africa actually did this research, reduced it into a small thing, which you can take like a capsule, and they filed for a patent. But now somebody advised these people, somebody is eating from your sweat. And so on that basis, they had to agree now what they are going to do with the Sunnis and how they are going to share the money. Sharing of the benefits. On traditional knowledge, that one is for sure.
Okay, thank you. Now, on the issue of ownership of patent files outside, if it's a traditional knowledge, if it's based on traditional knowledge in Kenya, that one you can do a follow-up, like Engineer Kariuki has said. But if it's just no more research, if the research was done here in Kenya, the person should not file outside. Our law says that you should not file outside the country until you are cleared to do that. So if the person has not been cleared, then that is already a criminal case. Take it up. But then it's good to know that IP rights are rights like any other rights. Your land is just a personal. So if the person got all the clearance and it was given and he filed outside, IPs are also territorial. So most likely the person everywhere. So maybe they saw, like in Kenya, the market is too small for them. So they let it go and they find where they wanted. So and not like before when the US you could challenge. Now, on the whether our requirements for patent protection is, they usually a group. There's a committee we usually go and attend, and then we agree the ones which can fit, there's a minimum requirement. So in that case, I think the issue is we need to train more, and actually we are even willing to set aside an office that will be assisting the locals, so that when they are drafting, they are able to capture what is required, and then there is no much, application not seeing the end of the light. And then there's the issue of technologies in business model. There's a very thin line between business model and that's the business method, and ICT-related innovations. So this thing depends on how you draft your application. So if you are in challenge on how you draft it, just approach somebody in that field who has IP knowledge. If you come to our office, we'll be able to advise you on how you can draft those so that it doesn't look like a business method. The other one is about the standards. Now, the standards, there's this debate on the first IP setting up the standard. So it means if already the 6G is already there's a standard for 6G, it means there's already somebody who came up with an innovation which has already set the standard. So the rest will fall under that. And IP is actually compared with what is already in the queue, but maybe if you visit our office, we can have a discussion, and now we agree on the way forward. We can also propose. What you bring is also what we take to those in our clients' house, our countrymen are also taken care of. So I think if you have a challenge on that area, you need to come to the office selling your IP. That's why I was insisting on Kenya. You have to agree to have a common standard, a common platform where all your IPs, all your technologies are there and they are controlled. Anybody who wants to come, there's always a whole group of negotiation when you also want to acquire. So these are mechanism we have to set it. In Kenya, we don't have any way we control how we sell our technologies. I know in some of those technologies. So for now, there is the Wipe as a platform where you can post your technology, and then whoever wants will come now, we approach you. But now you still have to come and negotiate it here. So you still know how are you going to negotiate. You should not ask too much. You should also not ask too little. So you need somebody to see in our hands. So we just have to now decide how we want to move forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be quick. I think are you looking at the income, the amount you looking at therefore sometimes instead of holding on it, you just have to up the negotiation skills. I wanted to comment about collaborations. I know sometimes one of the research we undertook in Kenya, I think more than a decade ago, even within the university, there's an equipment in biochemistry. It's a matter of culture, and we just have to change the way we do it and appreciate the power of synergy. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think it's been a wonderful presentation. Can we clap for this? Very good. Now they are going to get their award for doing a good job, and I'm going to ask Madam, my sister, Marvel, come under one. This is the last group. This is the, we here as IP, we still got a long way to go. We need to go back and ask ourselves, where are we not communicating? Even with the scholars ourselves, because the money is at the IP. Where that's where the money is. You either protect your property and somebody's going to take it. And the people are very busy scouting. At this stage of artificial intelligence, really, I'm a reviewer for American society, and we have been debating about the impact of AI, including in the registration of patents. So let's wake up, utilize the opportunity that we got, let's make some money. Don't keep it in the dog, inside. Can we award this wonderful person? Where's the cameraman? Oh, you're there? You know, it's like graduation, but coming down, not coming up. Engineer Karaoke. Yeah, you know, you have to come to your vice chancellor. You know, she's right here. Former is there. It's sure, former is the same as the vice chancellor. Professor, our brother from university, he's from Burundi, but he's he's our son. Yeah, you get it. I'm going to come this way. Thank you. But Madam Janet, our sister from Kipi, this is the one who is holding the keys. She is protecting our IPs. Please make her your friend, I can tell you that. With that, I'm not going to award my workmate, Godfrey, for him and I, we don't qualify. Ladies and gentlemen, we are done. Yeah, you're getting nothing. Tomorrow. I want him tomorrow, don't worry. I want him. Now, we have come to the end of today, and I want to be really very thankful to you guys. We had hoped it will be done by 5:30, and we've already done it. I see that you've been very patient. We look forward to having a very special day tomorrow. We'll start tomorrow, as usual. We come at 8:30, so that by 9 we kick off with the first presentation. Then after that, we have the Olympiad, and then the closing ceremony. So thank you. God bless you all. Asante sana. Hey, don't forget that there's still tea and coffee and samosas on the other side as you walk across seeing the presentations.